creative thinking, for problem solving, for networking, for idea generation, and for debating all aspects of information services, library trends, ideas, and concepts. And as Joseph mentioned, this year, once again, the conference has over 600 library professionals coming from 27 countries. And that is an impressive amount of experience right here in the Zoom room today. That's a lot of creative problem-solving opportunities right here, right now. Our colleagues have worked very hard to curate this learning journey for you. And as you know, they've included topics as diverse as metadata in the age of mass information, and some illuminating case studies coming from different universities, including the University of Ottawa, and many other interesting and extraordinary presentations. We're very fortunate here at Nazarbayev University that our professional librarians are experienced at curating learning journeys and learning experiences. In our university, they not only provide technical guidance to students, faculty, and staff, but our librarians provide leadership in mission-critical areas such as academic integrity, integration of teaching and research, and all aspects of student-centered learning. And if you'll allow me to share some good news for a moment, our library colleagues recently were honored with a presidential citation from the American Library Association, Innovative International Library Projects, for their Virtual Library InfoLit Challenge. Our team were one of only 5 global teams to receive this honor, so congratulations to all the team. As we all know, preparing for the post-pandemic world means that what we thought of as the far distant future has become the present. As Kazakhstan and Central Asia move towards a knowledge economy with accelerating speed, we all know that requires knowledge matched with human capital and technology. These are the most essential elements for success. Your deliberations here will have a profound impact on how knowledge is created, curated, and communicated, both here in the region and around the world. I wish you every success as you share your creative thinking, your creative ideas, and your experiences during the conference. Please take care, stay safe. Koprakmed, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Loretta. Each year, we select someone who paves the way to ensure the whole conference is keeping up with all the challenges. The steering committee chair bestows the overall leadership and is responsible for what is happening today. To give her opening remarks, let us all welcome Tindik Yermekpayeva, chair of the steering committee, with her pre-recorded message.
Dear participants, speakers, sponsors, guests, on behalf of the organizing team, let me welcome you at the 10th Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference, devoted to the issues of information organization in library field. Although the conference venue is virtual and we cannot hug and shake hands, I hope we all feel the warmth of our hearts and the friendly atmosphere of the conference. This hope is inspired by the desire that unites us to contribute to the overall improvement of our activities in the educational and research fields. Previous conferences have always discussed current aspects of the work of university libraries, highlighted the experience of implementing modern information and communication technologies and resources in the information and library support of higher education, showed the role of libraries in organizing information support for learning and research, and drew attention to various management styles. This year's conference aims to introduce the best practices and strategies of libraries in implementing new tools and technologies, new projects and programs in organizing information. What are contemporary trends in the information organization, and how do they affect the library services? How do librarians in various parts of the world use new technologies in improving the methods and broadening approaches to collect, manage, and disseminate the information? Our respected speakers will introduce the conference participants to new practices which they develop and implement on their site. Such a serious work is done for the sake of the best supporting not only academic and research community, but for supporting the local community, which includes residents of the region where the educational and research institution is situated. Hopefully, in future, our university libraries will share more of their practices, their experience of rendering services, not only for students, faculty, and researchers, but for the residents in the region. Case studies and success stories shared by our speakers will show outstanding achievements in the field of bibliography, cataloging, metadata, digital collections, and curation, and help to find out whether the situation associated with coronavirus has affected any processes in the organization of information as significantly as the organization of library services. By the way, the impact of COVID-19 on all aspects of society is an integral part of the discussion at many forums over the past year. We express sincere gratitude to our respected speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and experience. We express immense gratitude to our committed sponsors for their generous support of holding the conference. Wiley, Microinformation Handling and Distribution FZE, Taylor and Francis Group, Elsevier, Springer Nature. Many thanks to Privko and Overdrive companies who supported us. We express our warm gratitude to the Association of Libraries of Higher Educational Institutions of the Republic of Kazakhstan for their inspiring assistance in the organization of the conference. We express big gratitude to you, our dear participants, for your interest in joining the conference. I express my cordial gratitude to you, my dear colleagues from the Library of Nazarbayev University, for all your efforts and time, for your contribution to making our conference take place. In conclusion, let me wish that the conference will bring us all the joy of communication, learning new and interesting things for the further development of the library activities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tindiganyevna, and many thanks for your wishes. Our next message will come from our longtime partner in executing professional development initiatives in Kazakhstan. To represent the Association of University Libraries in the Republic of Kazakhstan, may I call on Gulzhan Ershanova, the president of the association, to deliver her welcome message.
Құрметті конференцияға қатысушылар, Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханалары қауымдастығы атынан сіздерді академиялық кітапханаларда ақпаратты ұйымдастырудың заманауи бағыттары тақырыбындағы 10-шы мерейтойлық Евразиялық конференцияға ашылуымен құттықтаймын. Сіздермен онлайн форматта болса да жүздескеніме қуаныштымын. Биылғы жылғы конференция бүкіл әлемнің кітапханалары ақпаратты ұйымдастыру қағидаттары мен стандарттарын енгізу тәжірибесімен алмасатын, сондай-ақ кітапхана саласының дамуындағы жаңа бағыттарды ұсынатын алаңға айналуға бағытталған. Әлем мамандарының басын қосып отырған бұл онлайн конференцияның кітапхана саласындағы, оның ішінде библиография бағыты бойынша көптеген мәселелердің түйінін шешіп, тың идеялар мен бастамалардың бастауы боларына кәміл сенемін. Конференция жұмысының нәтижелері республика жалпы әлем кітапханаларының жаңғыруы мен дамуына, кітапханашының кәсіби біліктілігін арттыруға көп септігін тигізері сөзсіз. Конференцияның барлық қатысушыларына сәттілік пен нәтижелі жұмыс тілеймін. Кәсіби қызметіміз бен шығармашылық жұмысымызға дем беретін жаңа білім алуларыңызға тілектеспін. Dear participants of the conference, on behalf of the University Library Association of the Republic of Kazakhstan, I congratulate you on the opening of the 10th Anniversary Eurasian Conference of Academic Libraries on Modern Trends in the Organization of Information Academic Libraries. I am glad to meet you online. This year's conference is aimed at becoming a platform for libraries around the world to share experiences in implementing the principles and standards of information organization, as well as to offer new directions in the development of the library industry. I am confident that this online conference, which brings together experts from around the world, will address many issues in the field of libraries, including bibliography, and will be the beginning of new ideas and initiatives. The results of the conference will undoubtedly contribute to the modernization and development of library in the country and the world, as well as the professional development of libraries. I wish best of luck and fruitful work to our participants of the online conference, and new knowledge that will inspire our professional and creative activity.
Thank you so much, Guljan, and the support given by the association for always being there for us. We thank the association for its continued partnership in strengthening the competencies and skills of Kazakh librarians. At this moment, may I call on our very supportive, athletic, and sporty acting director of NU Library, Azemgul Timirkanova, to deliver her welcome remarks.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy that the interest to our conference is rising year by year, and I'm happy to welcome you for the Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference 2021. The conference is organized annually, and this is our second conference, which is completely conducted on a Zoom platform in line with social distancing norms due to COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of this year is contemporary trends in information organization in the academic library environment. Unfortunately, online format doesn't allow us to see each other in real life and deprive us one of the most important in the conferences, warm informal communication. However, online conferences have advantages such as increase in the number of participants and the ability to participate in the conference without leaving the office or home. For me personally, this is already the fourth conference in which I have the honor to speak with a welcoming speech. But in addition, it's a great honor for me to welcome our wonderful speakers and speakers who, being representatives of various universities and organizations, have connected to us from different countries and time zones. Especially, I'm happy to welcome our keynote speakers, Christine Oliver and Lorcan Dempsey. For over a year now, we have all been working in a new reality. Many things and priorities has changed, but the essence of the organization of information, which is still very important direction in the work of libraries, doesn't change. I hope that our conference will continue to strengthen professional ties, and despite the distance, will provide an opportunity to exchange new ideas and trends in library activities. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Association of Libraries of Higher Educational Institutions of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the annual assistance in organizing this conference. In addition, I would like to thank the members of the organizing committee who spent several months of work in preparation for this conference, especially the chairman of the organizing committee, Tendike Ermekbayeva. I am infinitely grateful to our wonderful sponsors who support us again and again in organizing the conference. And most importantly, I want to thank all the participants for their interest in the conference and the desire to share experiences and learn new things. I wish you all good luck and fruitful work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asema, for your usual support. Indeed, this is our second Zoom annual conference. At this part of the conference, I'm going to explain to you some house rules and introduce the mechanics of the conference. I encourage you to take note and observe the following online code of conduct. The EALC organizers will impose the online ethics and code of conduct throughout the conference. The online ethics is also posted in the conference webpage. May I request everyone to listen and understand the following house rules and online code of conduct. Always be on time to check in to the virtual conference. It is recommended that you connect to the virtual platform 10 minutes before the actual start of the online event. The conference registration team will check attendance for those requesting e-certificates. We strongly recommend using your first and last name when you log in. We request for your full attention. If nothing is urgent, please avoid replying to other things not associated with the virtual conference. During the online open forum, please use the Zoom Q&A feature for asking questions directed to the speakers. Introduce yourself as short as possible. To acknowledge you, mention your first and last name, institution, and country. To accommodate enough participation, we advise you to ask concise questions. Comments, and not questions, may be typed in the chat box and moderators will take note of it. Participants can communicate by using the Zoom chat box. Avoid sending messages that are irrelevant. While we recognize where you are from, avoid polluting the chat box with self-introductions. Please be kindly informed that translation support is going to be provided during the conference for your convenience. Find the button Translator at the bottom panel and select your preferred language. You may toggle and choose from English, Kazakh, or Russian. Before the conference ends, we encourage all participants to accomplish an evaluation form to gather feedback and improve our work. The link will be sent out during the course of the conference. Most importantly, let us respect each other by using a positive language. While this conference is free, the conference organizers reserve the right to ban any participant that shows disrespect or uncalled for behavior. If any participant makes you or anyone else feel unsafe or unwelcome, kindly address this and report it as soon as possible. Any form of harassment and other online code violations have no space in our conference. We want you to enjoy your virtual experience. Finally, we encourage you to include the following hashtags in your social media posts related to our conference. Hashtag EALC, again it is EALC, hashtag EALC 2021 in #Eurasian Conference. All right. Okay, let us continue and we now go to the main event. Joining us today to give the keynote speech is Christine Oliver. Allow me to read her bio note. Christine Oliver is a chair of the Resource Description and Access Board. She sits on the RDA board as a representative of the Canadian Federation of Library Associations. She is a member of the IFLA Bibliographic Conceptual Models Review Group and a member of the IFLA Standing Committee on Subject Analysis and Access. She has been involved with the development of cataloging standards for over 20 years. She was a chair of the Canadian Committee on Cataloging during the development of RDA and was a member of international working groups that contributed to the development and implementation of RDA. Today, she will provide an overview of key features of RDA and outline its impact on the usability and visibility of library bibliographic data. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you our keynote speaker, Christine Oliver, who will talk about why RDA, organizing bibliographic information in the 21st century. Let us all listen to the pre-recorded speech of Christine.
Hello from Canada, and thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this very interesting conference. Today, I'd like us to look at the topic of organizing bibliographic information in the 21st century, and what would an appropriate metadata standard look like. I'll take RDA as our example. RDA is very different looking from cataloging manuals of the past, and we'll look at some of its features and see how it's appropriately designed as a metadata standard for recording data bibliographic information in the 21st century. Our work in organizing bibliographic information has changed radically over the centuries. And now in the 21st century, the context for our work is quite different in terms of the expectations we have for our bibliographic information. We know that our users do not go out there and look for bibliographic information only at the library, but rather they're out on the web. They're interacting with data in a very broad global context, and they expect bibliographic data to be there as well. So bibliographic data is managed still within traditional catalogs, but more and more it's also managed outside of those traditional catalogs. We live in a highly networked environment. And no library is an island. No library stands alone, but rather we are interconnected and we use each other's bibliographic information. Our metadata should support linking to the metadata of other libraries around the globe, but increasingly we're also blurring the lines between cultural heritage institutions, and so we expect our metadata to be able to link to and work with the data from other communities, such as archives, museums, and publishers. Our metadata needs to be robust enough that it can be harvested in the ways in which we expect it to be used, but also in ways in which we didn't think about. The idea is that our metadata will be reused in many new and different ways and should lead to the creation of new knowledge and new kinds of applications. RDA, Resource Description and Access, does not present itself as a cataloging manual. Rather, its definition is a package of data elements with guidelines and instructions on how to record those data elements. It is a standard that comes out of the library community, but it is not intended exclusively for library resources. Rather, it explicitly says that it will enable one to create metadata for library resources, but also for resources from other cultural heritage domains. RDA supports the creation of metadata that can be used in traditional catalogs, but at the same time, it also supports the creation of metadata that can be used in linked data applications. I'd like us to look at two particular aspects of RDA. RDA as a standard for current and emerging technological environments, a standard for the 21st century, and RDA as an international standard, a standard that has been intentionally internationalized. So we'll start with RDA as a standard for the 21st century. In the early days of library catalogs, in the days of book catalogs and card catalogs, we recorded strings of characters. And the sole purpose for the strings of characters was that a human being would read and interpret the information. Towards the end of the 20th century, as we started to put these strings of characters online, we could see tremendous potential, but also pitfalls. Computers didn't necessarily understand the context and the structuring for these strings of characters. The information was not structured as data that was suitable for machine processing. And one of the most important things that RDA has done has been to make us look at our bibliographic information and think of it as data. So yes, it is important that it be understood by a human being, but also that it can be understood and processed reliably by a computer. We'll also look at how a shared element set provides the underpinnings for data interoperability. And while an important aspect of RDA is that it's optimized for linked data environments, there is also recognition that there are many different kinds of libraries working in many different kinds of technological environments. And therefore, a standard has to have flexibility that matches what the technological environment is for each library. So if we go back to the definition of RDA is a package of data elements. And this is a deliberate choice of words. Data elements are intended to be understood by humans, but also be suitable for processing by computers. We all rely increasingly on the reuse of bibliographic data. We rely on managing our bibliographic data through software by programming in various applications. So I think we all recognize our increasing reliance on machine processing. But we also all recognize that machines need good data in order to produce results that are reliable and useful. The data elements in RDA are precise and granular. Each data element has a tightly defined scope so that there's only one kind of data in each data element, so you have unambiguous data. Also, each data element is precisely labeled as well. RDA has over 3,000 elements at this point for recording data about 13 different entities. The data elements are precisely defined, and that makes them suitable for machine processing. The data elements also provide the basis for interoperability. RDA users all share the same element set. They may not all use the same elements, but the elements that they do use come from the same element set, and so they share the same data structure, and so there's an inherent consistency and compatibility. In addition, there are also controlled vocabularies that can increase interoperability, and these vocabularies are openly published in the RDA registry. By having definition and structure for our data, it also makes it much easier to map to non-RDA data. The structure for the RDA elements is based on IFLA LRM, the IFLA Library Reference Model. And this in turn also increases the basis for interoperability because IFLA LRM is an internationally accepted bibliographic conceptual model. And so RDA is aligned with IFLA LRM, And there may be another metadata standard that is also aligned with IFLA LRM, and by both being aligned to the same bibliographic conceptual model, that also provides a degree of interoperability. RDA is designed to be flexible. There are 4 different recording methods when recording data in a data element. Now, not all 4 methods are applicable to every single data element, but what is important is the principle of the 4 recording methods, because this reflects the fact that libraries operate in different technological environments, and so each library chooses the recording methods that are most suitable for their own environment. For example, I can use an unstructured description. I'd be using an unstructured description when I'm transcribing information from a title page, or also if I were using an automated data capture method to scrape the information from a title page. And my result is a string of characters. So it's very good for a human being because we can decipher and understand what is there, but we know that a computer doesn't process it very effectively. In fact, it's only good enough for keyword searching. At the other end of the spectrum, there's another recording method, which is to use an IRI, an Internationalized Resource Identifier. And this is an internet standard that is particularly well suited for the linked data environment. And it's a globally unique identifier, and I can use it, for example, to record the name of a person. The result is a machine-readable string. Now, a human being can't necessarily decipher and understand it, but on the other hand, a computer can process it very effectively and can pull back information that a human can decipher and understand. The IRI can also lead to a large amount of information and link to other information that is also connected to the same IRI, and thus it expands the potential for exploration. And here is an example from RDA of using a series of IRIs to record information. RDA allows one to create metadata that can be used in traditional catalogs, and also for the web and for linked data environments. By using the RDA element set, one can create data that is well suited for machine processing or automated processing. And it is also data that supports interoperability. Now let's look at RDA from the perspective of an international standard. RDA has many evident features that mark it as an international standard. For example, it is aligned with IFLA international standards such as the International Cataloging Principles and the IFLA Library Reference Model. It's in use in countries around the globe, and it is in the process of implementing a governance structure to reflect international participation. Translations and the translation process are an integral part of the standard and are also very evident. An interesting aspect of RDA as an international standard is that it has allowed for the possibility of accommodating different local traditions and the needs of different local cataloging communities. The content of RDA has been significantly influenced by IFLA's bibliographic conceptual model, IFLA LRM, but it has also been shaped by IFLA's international cataloging principles. Within the text of RDA, there's also statements about its relationship to other international standards. And one example would be that metadata created according to RDA can be stored in different recognized encoding schemes, such as Mark 21 or RDF. RDA is considered an implementation of IFLA LRM. For those who may not be familiar with IFLA LRM, I include this slide just to mention that IFLA LRM is the model that consolidates and supersedes the three previous models, FRBR, FRAD, and FRSAD. RDA's alignment with IFLA-LRM is a key defining feature of the standard. IFLA-LRM was developed through international cooperation and consensus building, as well as going through a worldwide review. Thus, it comes to represent an internationally accepted understanding of the structure of bibliographic data. And RDA is based on that internationally accepted understanding. IFLA-LRM provides the basic structure for the content of RDA. It provides logical consistency and coherence. RDA also inherits the built-in focus on the needs of the end user through IFLA-LRM's definition of the relationships between bibliographic data and the user tasks. One of the things that intrigues me about RDA is that it's an international standard that does not expect everybody to do the same identical thing. It's not a case of one size fits all, but rather the focus is on the common ground that we share. The focus is on data interoperability. And these are the words of Gordon Dunsire, that RDA is designed so that metadata can be created to meet the interests of local communities within a global framework for interoperability. The basis for that interoperability is the shared element set. And an additional basis for that interoperability is the fact that the data shares the same structure as the internationally accepted model, IFLA-LRM. We can see this focus on interoperability right in the text of RDA. There are a series of objectives and principles that govern the design of RDA, and one of them is internationalization. The internationalization objective focuses on data harmonization. In the words of the objective, the metadata provided by different agents will not necessarily be identical. The emphasis is on data harmonization rather than strict compatibility. RDA intentionally accommodates variations. IFLA-LRM provides the basic structure for the bibliographic data, and then RDA provides a very large element set and the option for a metadata creator to choose the precise data elements that they need. There are choices about how to record the data in the 4 recording methods. There are options about which instructions to use. One can also choose which controlled vocabularies are most appropriate for one's community. And there are also options on how to punctuate and in what order to put elements. So a cataloging community makes the choices that suit their needs within this framework for interoperability. I will just show you a quick example about the options when using controlled vocabularies. If I'm recording data and I'm using the structured description method, there are often instructions on using one of the RDA vocabulary encoding schemes. And vocabulary encoding scheme is like a controlled vocabulary. Whenever there's an instruction on using one of the RDA vocabulary encoding schemes, it's followed by another option, and that is the option to use another suitable vocabulary encoding scheme. And here is an example directly from the text of RDA, and you can see that a cataloging community is offered the choice of either following the option to use the RDA broadcast standard vocabulary encoding scheme or another suitable encoding scheme. And it will be up to them to choose which of the 2 options is appropriate for their community. Since RDA offers so many choices and options, it's important for a cataloging community to record its decisions and to communicate those decisions to its members. There are places right within the RDA toolkit for a community to record those decisions. But on the other hand, documentation can also exist outside the toolkit. As an international standard that's in use around the globe, RDA has been translated into several languages. In the original toolkit, there were 8 full translations. The translations are being brought over into the new RDA toolkit, and there are new translation projects underway as well. There are also 14 language versions integrated into the RDA registry, and that means these are partial translations. That means the names of the elements and the controlled vocabularies are translated, but not the instructions. English is one of the language versions. The standard places an equal value on all its language versions. English is slightly different because it's a starting point for translations, but it is deliberately called a version. What I find very interesting is the seamless integration of all the language versions into either the toolkit or the RDA registry. And this results in high visibility for all the different language communities that use RDA. One can see all the different languages that are available. And you get the sense, you become conscious of the fact that we are all using the same element set, the same vocabularies, as we create our metadata around the globe in our own linguistic communities. RDA has been designed so that it can be easy to use by metadata creators around the globe. But it's also a standard that should be maintained and developed jointly with representatives from all regions of the globe. And for that reason, RDA governance intentionally incorporates representation from all the regions so that everyone around the globe is involved in decision-making and management. RDA meets expectations as an international standard for the 21st century. It is interesting to note that as an international standard, it does not demand that we produce identical data, nor is there any expectation that we will make the same choices. Rather, there is a recognition that we operate in different contexts wherever we find ourselves around the globe. They may be different technological environments. We may be working in different linguistic communities. We may be meeting the needs of different national and cultural communities. They may be communities within the library world or in other domains. But our common interests have always been to provide data that meets the needs of our end users. And we rely increasingly on data that can be processed accurately by computers. But what is most important is the compatibility of bibliographic data across communities. Data that can be shared, that can be reused, and that can be integrated with data being produced by other communities around the globe. RDA enables us to achieve this compatibility by providing us a framework for interoperability. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you, Chris, for giving us the opportunity to understand the RDA and the many ways on how to use and record the elements and entities, especially for those who are not practicing the science of cataloging and its technical functions and principles. Christine, may I request you to join us and open your camera? But before we call Christine to receive some questions, let us answer a quiz in the form of a poll to gauge if we learned something from the presentation. Please direct your attention to the screen and select the right answer. We will be giving you ample time to answer the poll. The questions will be shown in 3 languages. Okay, the correct answer for 1 is all right. So the correct answer for number 1 is C, 13. It has 13 entities. And for number 2, it should be B, controlled vocabulary. So we hope you got it correctly, but as we can see, there are those who got it incorrectly. But we can review, or you can review your answers later. A quick reminder, we will provide Christine's slides after the conference so that you will have the opportunity to review your answers. Now, Christine, to answer questions from the participants, but a quick reminder, during this Q&A, participants can only ask questions using the box below. You can upvote a question by clicking the thumbs up icon so we can prioritize a question. And now, let me pull up some questions for Christine. We have one here. If you can see that too, Christine, could you please provide an example of university library catalog that uses RDA? Do you know any websites? Do you have what you have in mind?
I'd open up the questions and I couldn't see the screen anymore. So no, I'm back. Most university libraries in North America use RDA. And so, you could go to, some of the major ones like Stanford and Harvard and Yale, the smaller ones as well, across Canada, as well. Now, the question is, you're always looking, for something that has been created after RDA was first sort of published and implemented. So if you look at publications post, let's say 2013. 2013 was a big implementation date. That was the date when the Library of Congress, the National Library of Australia, the British Library, and the Library and Archives Canada had all said that they would implement, I think it was March 31st, 2013. So you see, an increase in the number of records from that point on. But you have to remember that older resources that were cataloged according to earlier standards, such as AACR2 and before that, just AACR, and before that, ALA catalog filing rules, coexist in a library catalog. And that was a deliberate, when RDA was first being developed, there was this consciousness that we have legacy data. And it's a very important, we can't redo everything that's been done in the past. So we want to bring our legacy with us. But there have been ways to massage the data to add some RDA features to it.
Oh, that's great, Christine. And thanks for telling us this one. Another question would be, you talk about the language that is part of the system. And we are curious, how about non-Latin alphabets, for example, Cyrillic that we are using here in Kazakhstan? Would the RDA recognize it, let's say adding it in one of its entities?
There are, in the RDA registry, which is, the openly available, where the vocabularies are published, the names of the elements are published, you will see non-Roman ones as well, partial translations. We do know that work is currently underway for an Arabic translation. That will be a full translation in the toolkit, and it would be the first non-Roman alphabet translation in the RDA toolkit. So very much looking forward to that. That's going to be very exciting. Luckily, I don't have to manage the challenges, but I'm very confident that the team that does the technical part will get it working.
That's great to know, Christine. We have another question here from Kunduz. She said that, can you give some more details of unstructured RDA description? As a conservative cataloger, it is hard to get it.
Yes. When I first saw those 4 recording methods, I was puzzled and I was mystified. And as you sort of see, it starts to come a little bit more. But like an unstructured description is when we transcribe directly whatever is on, the title page of our book. So if I'm copying exactly what's there, that's an unstructured description. But in a structured description, let's say I'm using a control vocabulary. So, for example, I may be picking something like RDA content type, and then I'm looking at, text or, still image or, moving image. And there's various terms from a control vocabulary that I would use, and that would be considered a structured description. And then instead of using the words, I could use an identifier instead. And the highest level of identifier is the internationalized one, where you don't need to know where it's coming from because it's unique in the IRI.
So yeah, each identifier must be unique, and we have to encode it differently, right? So another question here is that in terms of percentage, this question comes from Noel, and how many libraries are using RDA compared to AACR2 standard? There must be a reason why RDA has relatively low acceptance, as we can see as of today, since its inception in 2013, especially in the developing nations.
Yeah, AACR2 is basically a dead standard. It has not been touched since 2000, and I think 2002 was the last update to AACR2. So you can sort of see it's over 18 years untouched. It exists, it's there, but basically nothing is going to change with it because it is it's been superseded by RDA. And so RDA, when you look at libraries, let's say in the, like in North America, and a lot of the European libraries are moving to RDA. We also have, for example, the National Library of China, for their European books, use RDA. It's, of course, used in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, and Singapore, and Indonesia, and the Philippines. The Philippines are very, very strong champions for RDA. So it's an interesting transition time. So certain countries went ahead more quickly. Latin America is in the process of putting together actually a Latin American RDA regional grouping. And a lot of the Latin American libraries are using it in National Library of Mexico, in Chile, Argentina. So it is, it's definitely spreading. The use of it is spreading. And, I would say, given the fact that we are in a changing environment, as all, our wonderful remarks that were there at the very beginning in the welcoming and opening part of the conference, where people were speaking about, where we're going in the future, what's our direction in the future. And so it's important to be conscious of, okay, so what are the options? Yes, I can understand, it's still possible to create data using AACR2, But because it is a standard that will never be updated now, if there are major problems or major changes in our understanding of data, it's also, not going to change. And therefore, it's important to think about, well, so what metadata standard should I be thinking about using as we go forward, as we move into, new kinds of environments? And linked data seemed like a fairy tale a long time, like about, 10, 15 years ago, people would talk about linked data, semantic web. How is that ever going to affect me? It's never going to happen. It's now really close. That and the potential there is just enormous, and that's what makes it very, very exciting.
Okay, I must say that because of our changing environment, AACR2R might be dead but never forgotten, and because we have to update our professional standards, right, Christine? From my own takeaway, I would say that RDA again is designed for interoperability, having a shared element set, and because it's flexible, we can adapt to many languages as possible because RDA is multilingual. Since we have a very limited time for Q&A, I know, thank you so much for reminding me. You may approach our speaker during the break, or you may send her an email. I will give you her email later on. Thank you again, Christine, for your invaluable time in sharing your knowledge and expertise. And if you are free tomorrow, we will be handing over your e-certificate. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are your takeaway for today's Christine session? You can post them in your social media accounts with the hashtag EALC, hashtag EALC 2021, and hashtag Eurasian Conference. Once again, Christine, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Joseph, and thank you to all the organizers of the conference. It was a huge honor to be part of this, and I really appreciated it. And I appreciate this opportunity to meet so many of you. Thank you.
You may not take your sleep there in Canada. Okay, have a good night. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Our conference will not be possible without our generous sponsors. To give the first product presentation, may I turn you over to Sergey Paramanov to discuss the latest trends and products from Wiley. His product presentation with the title, Supporting the Full Research Cycle at Your Institution with Wiley Content and Services. Sergey?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, I'm just sharing my slides. Yes, you should probably see it right now. Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm really glad to represent Wiley, for this conference. This is another year for us to be part of this conference together with Nazarbayev University and the, broader community in Kazakhstan. And actually, over the last couple of, from the previous year experience and from the previous year, I learned that we have to think about, broader participation at your conference. It goes way beyond actually borders, which is really cool, and I really congratulate you on that. So my take and my slot today will be about Wiley services and Wiley content that we offer to all our partners across the world, and something that we would like to to offer and share more intensely, let's say, in Kazakhstan and other countries of in our region actually. So I just realized at some point actually when looking through the slides, I have too many slides today, so I will try to first of all I will try my best to stick on time, and in some cases I will skip some information, but you will have these slides up to after the presentation, I'm sure, and you will have the opportunity to review them. So my message for you today for the Wiley content is, and for the information and content that we offer to you, is that one of the key thing, the key idea behind everything we do at Wiley is the researcher lifecycle and researcher journey. And so this is one of the things that we try to support, across all our partners in the world, and something that we offering to our librarians and our partners in libraries, because this is the way you can also support your patrons. Everything starts with this virtuous cycle of research information of the flow of research information actually, and I don't think that I will actually surprise you with that, because if you look attentively into how information is generated in research, you would definitely notice that everything starts with the initial literature review, with the initial review of the existing information and content, and then it flows across the research, article output, citation, research fund, and then comes back to research, to this initial fundamental literature review. Because in every step of this journey, actually, you need information, you need access to information, and this is the reality where our researchers live. And so the role of the libraries, obviously, is to help the researchers to move across these different steps and then provide them necessary information whenever it's needed, actually. And you can imagine that this research journey is quite complex, and this is just an idea for you, just few ideas that we curated, at Wiley when we investigated this question. Actually, we talked to librarians and to researchers across the world, across our partners, and try to identify all the different steps and bits of this research journey. And you can see, obviously, that the research journey for it is very complicated, and it's not straightforward as you would imagine, right? Because it has all different steps, and as you can see, we can always split it in two different phases. Let's say, the research itself and the authoring, and across these different steps, you would see different, little steps that actually helps the researcher to advance in their finding, in their investigation, actually. And it's actually, if you look attentively, there's, sometimes it's not that obvious that, what we're looking, or maybe you would, if you try to explore it further, you would see some really interesting notes for yourself. So, and the main idea, I think, for this representation of research journey is that there's a lot of different issues that actually arises across along the way for a researcher, and this is where library actually comes in to help the researcher to to mitigate all these issues and to find solutions. And as I said, the most important thing in nowadays research is access to information and to services linked to that information, because we try to generate information, and obviously we need to use our foundational knowledge and notion about some particular topic to advance in this task. So now you can imagine that Wiley actually support this researcher journey, across all these different stages, starting from the very first stage, as I said, the creation of the idea, and then, going into authoring when you need to publish a paper in a scientific journal. And, for each particular step, or maybe, group of these steps, Wiley have something to offer. The core services, the core value that we offer to our, partners is the content that we curate, that we support and provide to a wider researchers community. And it actually combines journals, books, reference works, Cochrane library, and some evidence-based medicine resources and all other stuff. And so this is one of the fundamental for us as a publisher, because we invest much into creating this content and then delivering it to you. But then I wanted to say that Wiley is not just about content, it's also about supporting services for researchers, because we also recognize and realize that it's not only about providing this content to the researcher. These days we also need to help the researcher to get the most of it, to get all the benefits from it on each particular stage. And so on the right hand of the slides, you would see the different services that we as a publisher has developed so far and maintaining, on our different websites. And one of the interesting thing here is that these services are coming, as a complementary services to the content, and so they are free to use. And this is, I think, another bit of value that we add into our content and our services and solution in general. And one of the concerns that we usually hear from many librarians and researchers is that we have different researchers in their careers, right? And so it's and sometimes it's difficult to find a way, find a good approach to early career researcher and versus to experienced researcher. And I think the key point here is that we need to offer them different type of information, right? And I think the experienced ones, they would require and they will appreciate if we provide them really complex knowledge or complex or difficult to learn, or something which is difficult to learn, or maybe new concept which really requires some fundamental knowledge already. And so, this is what we currently doing on our supporting websites and our customer success hub, because we have also we have, as I said, content and also services that you can use to support your authors on different stages, whether it's early career or mid-career or experienced authors. So now back to the libraries. And so, as I said, as I showed you right till now, the key idea behind the content and services that we as a publisher developing and providing to our partners across the world is to help and to support the research lifecycle and research journey across the way, across all these different stages. But our key partners are still libraries, and we really proud of that, and we nurture this relationship in the best way we can, because we also strive to become a trusted partner for librarians across our subscribers and partners and customers, to help them, to help you to support your researchers in your home institutions. And this comes from, as you may imagine already, from the content that we deliver, but also the capabilities of our platforms. And one of the important things these days is obviously the community and collaboration that we as a publisher can offer to the libraries, or maybe we can become a link for you with other libraries across the world, and this is something that we invest into these days. We also create some spaces for librarians to come meet each other and share your experience and thoughts. So a few things and more detailed information about the content itself. You may have heard about Wiley as an academic publisher with one of the key scientific journals, which we are. So I think the core product that we offer to our partners and institutions across different geographies is journals. We have more than 1,500 journals which are distributed via subscription, but we also have more than 500 journals in open access, which makes up the total number of more than 2,000 journals actually these days, together with Hindavi, which we recently acquired in January 2021. But apart from journals, you can see there's really different types of other formats and other resources that we offer. And it's not only journals, it's books, it's reference works, it's current protocols, archives, and evidence-based medicine databases. So it's not really, not only about journals, it's really across different formats, because we understand the complexity of the needs that currently researchers have. And one of the key thing about our journals is the societies, which I will skip for now, but I wanted to say that societies is really key and one of the differentiator for Wiley, because we're the #1 society publisher, which really makes a huge difference, because this actually speaks for the quality and the responsibility of the publisher, to support the journals. But the final thing that I wanted to share to show you before I stop is that Wiley, as you saw from the previous slide, offers you different formats in all different in every subject category. And actually, this is one of the this is another value story for you, because for a library, we can offer a whole, cycle, a whole universe of different formats in a particular subject area, which you can offer instead, in your turn, to your researchers and to your patrons. So, and this is just a very quick example and very nice example, one of my, best, my favorite example of health sciences, of the information that we provide in health sciences. And you can see, actually, it starts with journals, or maybe it's actually contains the bigger part is the journal, because we publish, a handful, well, actually a huge handful actually of journals in health sciences, which is really more than 300 journals in health science, and more than which actually creates this whole collection of journals at Wiley. But then, apart from journals, you can find health sciences in other different areas, like online books, like current protocols, like Cochrane Library, like archives. And so, with this, with Wiley, you as a library, you can actually fill in the gaps of different content for your researchers, because this all content provides your researchers the best-in-class information, the most advanced and most recent information in this particular area. Now, I just want to conclude that, and I would leave it for you to review at some point. This slide is just to emphasize that at Wiley, we really value our collaboration and partnership with librarians, and we have a lot of experience across the world, and so we really try to solve different issues and problems with our partners and try to help them. Because obviously, it's not only about content, it's also about, going through this budget cycle with librarians, finding, a good way to justify, a subscription, for example, or purchase of a particular content piece, right? And so we here at Wiley, we're here to help you, to find the best solution for your institution, and also to find the best offer for your institution in terms of the pricing and commercial value, so that you can actually move this along your budgetary cycle and actually get it delivered to your scientists. Now, again, this is my final slide. I wanted to say thank you for your attention, and please reach out to, Wiley representative. I'm saying Wiley representative because I realized that, we have participants from, all different countries, not only in Kazakhstan, I'm pretty sure. So please reach out to a Wiley representative and request more information on every particular resource of your interest. And as you know, we deliver not only, information, but also trials and all this supporting information and demos that you might, want, to start with. So thank you very much for your time, and, please enjoy your conference. Really glad to be part of it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey, and for the continued support of Wiley, especially during the pandemic, for always giving us the best offer. So as Sergey mentioned, you can contact any Wiley representative, or Sergey can leave his email address in the chat box. So if you're interested to contact him or you. To give us a room to digest what Christine and Sergey have offered us, let's make use of this time to take a 25-minute break. In Kazakhstan's local time, this is almost a lunch break. And after the 25-minute break, please return as we prepared a special performance. This is also the time for me to say goodbye for now, and I will see you again tomorrow. Session 1 on bibliography will follow shortly after the musical performance. My colleague Altinay Kosoyeva, chair of the Socials Committee, will introduce our musical performers in a short while. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello to everyone. I'm so apologize you to our some technical issues. I hope you had a good lunch break with our accompanied music. I am Altena Kojaeva and I will serve as a lunch and health break moderator. And let me introduce our musical performers who will perform you for a live. This is an honorable gift from our gold sponsors. And also please notify you turn off the translation during our performance. And also now we are going to introduce a short promo video, and after that one we are going to move on to our performance. Please enjoy.
Нурали и Галамат Бейсекожа.
Мына үлкен ағасының осындай жаңағы марапатқа ие болып жатқаны екеуінің қуанышы, екеуінің жеңісі деп түсінеміз.
До встречи в полуфинале, но я думаю, что мы увидим там вас обоих.
Я в восхищении до сих пор, кстати, я не перестаю думать об этой семье. Супер, это класс. Мы очень хотели этого. Нурлан Ага же спрашивал, он говорит, почему вы в дуэте не выступаете? Он же сказал, это сюрприз.
Это было неожиданно. И вот у нас родилась такая мысль соединить два стиля – классику и народную музыку.
Смешение стилей – это всегда дает какой-то драйв. И еще, имея навыки создавать музыку, я считаю, что они сегодня покажут высший класс.
Okay, now let me invite Nurali and Galamat Bisokoja, their performance.
Саламатсыздар ма? Бүгін біз Нұрәлі екеуміз сіздерге өзіміздің авторлық шығармаларымызды орындап беретін боламыз. Бірінші орындайтын шығармамыз менің авторлық күйім «Аналар арманы». Қабыл алыңыздар. Рахмет. Ал енді Нұрәлі сіздерге өзінің шығармаларын орындап беретін болады.
Енді қазір мен өзімнің авторлық шығармамды орындап берейін. Бұл шығарманың атауы «Шабыт». Қабыл алыңыздар. Үлкен рахмет. Келесі орындайтын шығармам сағыныш. Қабылыңызда. Үлкен рахмет. Келесін шығарманың атауы «Үміт сәулесі». Қабыл алыңыздар.
Ал енді сіздерге естеулет деген өзімнің авторлық күйімді орындап беремін. Қабыл алыңыздар. рахмет. Ал енді келесі орындайтын күйім Абай толғауы. Бұл күйді мен қазақтың ақыны, данышпаны Абай атамызға арнап шығардым. Қабыл алыңыздар. Құрметті достар, ал енді мен сіздерге Нұрғиса Тілендиевтің Әлқиса атты күйін орындап бергім келіп отыр. Қабыл алыңыздар. Ал енді біз Нұрәлі екеуміз сіздерге бақыт құс атты Нұрәлінің шығармасын орындап береміз. Қабыл алыңыздар. тыңдағаныңызға үлкен рахмет. Осымен кішігірім концертіміз аяғына да жетіп қалды. Қош сау болыңыздар.
Үлкен рахмет. Thank you for Nurali and Galamat Bizekoja for their outstanding performance. And now I give the floor to Balosa Bilalova for starting session 1.
Спасибо, Алтнай. А теперь прошу всех участников переключиться в нужные им каналы. Так как следующая презентация будет на русском языке, для слушателей английского перевода прошу выбрать английский перевод, английский язык. Для слушателей русского перевода прошу оставаться здесь, так как переводчики в этом случае не будут нужны. И для слушателей казахского перевода прошу выбрать казахский язык. And now the next presentation is going to be in Russian language. That's why for all the participants, I'd like to ask to switch on to the appropriate channels by pressing the button interpretation. For the English translation, please choose interpretation English language. For the Russian translation, please stay put. You don't have to change anything. And for the Kazakh translation, please choose interpretation Kazakh language.
Я извиняюсь, можете назначить функцию перевода? Саджан Кизетру. Алло.
Можете, пожалуйста, повторить вопрос?
Вот.
Келесі презентация қазақ тілін, орыс тілінде болғандықтан ағылшын аудармасын тыңдау үшін ағылшын аудармасын таңдауды сұраймын. Қазақша аударманы тыңдау үшін перевод қазақша тілді таңдауды сұраймын. Және орыс тілінде тыңдау үшін осы каналда қала беріңіздер, ештеңе басу керек жоқ. Прошу всех участников отписаться. Получилось ли у вас выбрать нужный вам перевод?
Барлық қатысушыларды осы сіздер өздеріңіздің тілдеріңізді таңдау мүмкіндікке ие болдыңыз ба, соны жазсаңыз чатқа. Өздеріңіздің тыңдайтын тілде таңдай алдыңыз ба?
Я выбрала перевод на основной канал.
Зубайра, оң жақ астыңғы жерде interpretation деген кнопка тұр. Соған бассаңыз, казах деген кнопканы бассаңыз, қазақша каналға аударады сізді. Немесе перевод деп тұрады. Сізде орысша зум болса. Сейчас у нас небольшие технические неполадки. Мы пытаемся вернуть нашего казахского переводчика на ее канал. Прошу немного подождать. May I ask our English-speaking participants to answer in the chat if you could change the language to the English translation? If you could, can you please write in the chat plus or anything so I can make sure that you will hear the English translation of the presentation. Thank you very much. Translation button is not working properly. Гульнара Турежанова, какой перевод вы выбрали? Вы не могли бы написать, пожалуйста? У нас небольшие технические проблемы. Я прошу прощения. В течение 5 минут все это будет исправлено, и мы начнем презентацию. We're having problems with Kazakh translation. I kindly ask you I can hear Kazakh translation in the main channel.
Аудармасын естіп жатырмын.
Саджан, можете, пожалуйста, что-нибудь сказать? Да, вас слышно, спасибо.
Спасибо, благодарю всех за ожидание. Теперь, когда я вижу, что все выбрали нужный для себя язык, хочу предоставить вашему вниманию презентацию на тему «Организация научной информации по педагогике и образованию. Опыт Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки Казахстана». Выступающая Алия Сайдимбаева, директор Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан. Презентация была записана заранее, так что прошу моих коллег включить заранее записанную ее презентацию для просмотра.
Доклада «Организация научной информации по педагогике и образованию. Опыт Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки Казахстана». Научная информация имеет большое значение для совершенствования производства технологической и учебно-познавательной деятельности. Республиканская научно-педагогическая библиотека Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан является единственной организацией в нашей стране, которая с 1989 года выпускает национальную библиографию по актуальным проблемам и вопросам образования. К научной информации предъявляются такие требования, как оперативность, доступность, значимость, содействие широкому распространению и внедрению научных достижений, обмену передовым производственным опытом. Эти требования реализуются в информационно-библиографической деятельности Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки для сети учебных библиотек вузов, колледжей, школ страны. Главная цель данного сотрудничества – обеспечить своевременную информацию учащихся, преподавателей, магистрантов, аспирантов, научных сотрудников о выпуске в свет, наличии и содержании необходимых источников информации, повысить информационную культуру пользователя. На сегодняшний день в государственной системе образования функционирует 53 библиотеки государственных вузов, 638 библиотек государственных колледжей, 6441 библиотека государственных организаций среднего образования. Для учащихся разного возраста, учителей, методистов, организаторов начальных и общих средних школ, Республиканская научно-педагогическая библиотека составляет рекомендательные списки и указатели, ведет определенную работу по пропаганде библиотечно-библиографических знаний, активно реализует потенциал рекомендательной библиографии. Например, для реализации проекта «Читающая школа на каникулах» с 1 июня по 31 августа этого года программой чтения для подростков специалистами РНПБ были отобраны 200 книг и составлен рекомендательный список литературы для школьников разного возраста. Программа предусматривает создание комплексной системы по стимулированию чтения детей, популяризацию детской и юношеской литературы, изучение ребятами. Особенность библиографических изданий Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки заключается в их комплексном наполнении. В одном пособии для школьных библиотек часто встречаются разработки по разным предметам, темам, классам, возрастным интересам учащихся, начальной, основы, средней и общей средней школы, разным типам образовательных учреждений. Примером служит методика библиографические пособия «Информационная культура школьника», рассчитанная на оказание эффективной помощи учащимся с 1 по 12 классы. Вниманию юных пользователей предложен многоаспектный материал «История развития библиотек», методика работы с различными источниками информации, приемы интеллектуальной и поисковые работы, библиографические описания и справочный аппарат документов, система каталогов, новые библиотечные технологии и программы, занимательные сайты, техника чтения и конспектирования, а также списки рекомендуемой литературы. Для учителей составлены рекомендательные указатели литературы по методам и технологиям обучения, например, такие как нравственно-патриотическое воспитание школьников и профилактика правонарушений среди детей и подростков, образование и воспитание детей с особыми потребностями, развитие функциональной грамотности школьников, деление времени. Особой популярностью пользуются рекомендательные указатели литературы «Сельская малокомплектная школа». Ныне данный указатель опубликован под названием «Сельская школа. Источник национального образования». Для разных возрастных категорий обучающаяся РНПБ подготовила и переиздала в 2014 году серию рекомендательных библиографических списков для внеклассного чтения общим названием «Сіздің оқулығыңызға қосымша әдебиеттер» со страницами вашего учебника. Данный выпуск содержит 9 основных разделов: язык, литература, математика, естествознание, человек и общество, искусство, технология, физическая культура, начальная и военная подготовка, литература универсального содержания по всем учебным предметам. Указатель издан на государственном казахском и русском языках. Для старшеклассников и учителей школ и колледжей, педагогов, вузов предназначена текущая рекомендательная библиография по образовательной программе. Самопознание. Стратегия утверждения духовно-нравственных ценностей среди молодежи. Эти издания по праву входят в классический золотой фонд рекомендательной библиографии нашей библиотеки и было переиздано на русском, казахском языках 2018-2020 года. Готовится к изданию методика библиографические пособия «Информационная культура студента», предназначены для повышения уровня информационной грамотности обучающихся колледжей и вузов. Рассмотрены традиционные и новые источники информации, специфика производственных и научных изданий, а также структуры и технологии, поисковые средства, характерные для работы и прогрессивной образовательной среде и библиотечно-информационных центрах, широко используемые в условиях профессиональной деятельности студента, будущего специалиста. Данное предложение наглядно иллюстрирует основные положения учебной программы по информационной культуре обучающейся. Уделяется также внимание изданиям ретроспективной библиографии, которые по характеру, выполнению и содержанию в большой степени относятся к средней и высшей профессиональной школе. Практикуется выпуск ретроспективных указателей литературы образования педагогов в Казахстане на казахском и русском языках с разным хронологическим охватом, примерно за 4-5 лет. Историческая библиография представлена изданием «История развития и образования педагогов в Казахстане», которое вышло на русском языке в 4 частях в течение 2009-2012 года и охватывает период по 9-20 века. В состав классической рекомендательной библиографии наша библиотека входит в стабильно выпускаемый 1989 года по настоящее время ежегодный рекомендательный указатель «Календарь знаменательных и памятных дат в образовании», а также ежеквартальный экспресс-информация об образовании педагогов в Казахстане. В календаре знаменательных и памятных дат в образовании приводятся материалы о юбилейных датах, ученых, работниках, ветеранах, исследователях, работающих в области истории, педагогики и образования, авторов учебников и учебных пособий. Календарь снабжен качественным поисковым аппаратом. В экспрессе информации образования и педагогов в Казахстане с наибольшей полнотой представлены статьи из казахстанских газет и журналов о своевременном состоянии и стратегии развития образования в нашей стране, опубликованы материалы по народной педагогике. Для организации потока научной информации наша библиотека создает и использует собственные базы данных, которые доступны пользователям только в условиях внутреннего доступа в читальном зале и научном библиографическом научно-методическом подразделении. В целях дальнейшего продвижения чтения наша библиотека тесно сотрудничает с 15 учебными библиотеками вузов, методическими центрами, утвержденными по приказу Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан. К ним относится 15 наших учебных заведений. Костанайский региональный университет Байтурск, научная библиотека Казахского национального исследовательского технического университета имени Сатпаева и другие. Эти библиотеки оказывают методическую помощь учебным библиотекам колледжей, издают библиографические указатели, которые посвящены известным деятелям культуры и образования, дополняя тематику и ассортимент библиографической продукции Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки. Спасибо за внимание. До свидания.
Спасибо всем за внимание. А теперь на ваших экранах вы увидите пару вопросов, связанных с презентацией. Я прошу вас отметить правильные ответы, по вашему мнению. Позвольте мне озвучить вопросы. Первый вопрос. Первый вопрос. Какова главная цель Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки, по словам уважаемой Алии Сайдимбаевой? И второй вопрос. В каком году начался вести электронный каталог Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан? Я вижу, что все отвечают на вопросы. Я вижу, что большинство отвечают правильно. Теперь позвольте мне озвучить правильные ответы. Ответ на первый вопрос. Главная цель Республиканской научно-педагогической библиотеки обеспечить своевременной информацией учащихся, преподавателям, магистрантов, аспирантов, научных сотрудников о выпуске в свет наличии и содержании необходимых источников информации, повысить информационную культуру пользователя. 68% ответили правильно. И ответ на второй вопрос. Электронный каталог ведется с 2003 года. Да. 34% ответили правильно. Спасибо всем за участие. А теперь вы можете задать свои вопросы, но так как Алии Сайдимбаевой сегодня нет на конференции, мы соберем все ваши вопросы и передадим ей. Ответы на ваши вопросы мы напишем вам по почте. Пожалуйста, прошу задавать вопросы. Да, все ваши вопросы будут в обязательном порядке переданы Алие Сайдимбаевой. Вопросы вы можете задать под кнопкой Q&A, вопросы и ответы. Наши коллеги соберут ваши вопросы и передадут ей лично. Я вижу уже первые вопросы. Прошу участников не стесняться задавать вопросы. Так мы видим активность на нашей конференции. Да. Вот, я вижу. Второй вопрос. Благодарю вас, благодарю всех участников за вопросы. Вы можете дальше задавать свои вопросы, мы обязательно ей передадим. А теперь прошу всех участников обратно переключить свои языковые каналы, так как следующая презентация будет на английском языке. Для тех участников, кто хочет услышать следующую презентацию с английским переводом, прошу выключить перевод, да, так как презентация будет на английском языке. Для тех, кто хочет слышать русский перевод, прошу включить русский язык. Для тех, кто хочет слышать казахский перевод, прошу включить казахский язык. Для казахского перевода, я думаю, можно не менять канал, так как все презентации переводятся на казахский язык. Угу. Прошу отписаться участников, если у вас получилось переключить каналы. Еще раз повторюсь, что презентация будет на английском языке. Участники, которые хотят услышать английский язык, могут выключить перевод. Для русского перевода прошу выбрать русский язык, как показано на экране. И для казахского перевода прошу выбрать казахский язык, как показано на экране. I hope everybody changed to the appropriate channel. And now let me just repeat. So the next presentation is going to be in English. That's why for the English translation, I kindly ask to turn off the interpretation. For the Russian translation, please switch on to the Russian language. And for the Kazakh translation, please switch on to the Kazakh language. I hope everybody could choose the right channel. If you could, please just write down on the chat, just plus is enough. Yes, thank you very much. Just to make sure everybody will hear the presentation in the appropriate language. Thank you very much, dear participants, for your cooperation. And now let me invite our next presenter, Mathilde Koskas. She is the head of French National Bibliography and chair of the Bibliography Section Standing Committee. She will be presenting with national bibliographies and national bibliographic metadata in the age of mass information. Mathilde, hello.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm just gonna share my PowerPoint.
Good day. My name is Mathilde Koskas, and I want to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to give this report in my capacity as chair of the Bibliography section of IFLA. IFLA is the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, the international body representing the interests of library and information services and their users. IFLA is an independent, international, non-governmental, not-for-profit organization whose aims are to promote high standards of provision and delivery of library and information services, encourage widespread understanding of the value of good library and information services, and represent the interests of its members throughout the world. The bibliography section is an international group of practitioners, and it focuses on national bibliographies. We are interested in the techniques for the identification of content, arrangement, production, dissemination, and preservation of bibliographic information in national bibliographies, in particular through national bibliographic services in all contexts. National bibliographic services are often interrelated with legal deposit, ISBN and ISSN assignment, cataloging in publication, national authority files, and similar services. The bibliography section collaborates with related IFLA sections, in particular national libraries, cataloging, and subject analysis and access. It is a place for fostering discussion and sharing reflection at an international level. By their nature, national bibliographic services are unique in their territory, so practitioners need to exchange with colleagues worldwide. We do this through sessions at the World Library and Information Congress, business meetings or working groups on a specific matter, and so on. I'm going to give a few examples in a minute. We address current trends and topics, share experience, and build knowledge. And I want to stress that you don't have to be an expert to come and share in the discussions and knowledge building. The aim is to be a community of practitioners who can share ideas, find help to develop national bibliographic services. The bibliography section publishes the IFLA Metadata newsletter jointly with the cataloging and subject analysis and access sections. It is a twice yearly roundup of news from working groups, programs, and activities related to metadata from member libraries and organizations. It is available online on the IFLA website. The section also maintains a blog, which is being reactivated after being dormant for a few years, and stays in touch with members and interested parties through a mailing list. You can subscribe to it on the bibliography webpage. We will find calls for papers, announcements of new publications, meetings, and so on. Its composition, like that of any IFLA section, is up to 20 standing committee members, nominated and elected by IFLA members, individuals or institutions, and up to 5 co-opted members. We strive for a truly international, diverse makeup to represent the various situations, priorities, production ecosystems. This election cycle, the vote just closed, but you should get in touch if you are interested. Some of our business meetings are open to observers. You could take part in our other activities, become co-opted members, and the next election is in 2 years. The section maintains 2 main resources, the Common Practices for National Bibliographies and the National Bibliographic Register. The former is a reference work for the production of national bibliographies. It is a revised version of the web publication Best Practice for National Bibliographic Agencies in a Digital Age, which itself was based on the original printed National Bibliographies in the Digital Age, Guidance and New Directions from 2009. Note the shift from the original guidelines to best and to common practices. That is because there is no single right way to produce a national bibliography. So the aim is to provide an overview of international formats, standards, knowledge organization system, and so on, to provide guidance for national bibliographic agencies that aim at creating, maintaining, or transforming their national bibliographies. This resource covers the essential aspects of organization, purpose and value, scoping and selection, resource description standards, and service delivery for national bibliographic service, illustrated with examples from different countries, mostly drawn from the National Bibliographic Register. The register is a collection of forms submitted by national bibliographic agencies that give a detailed description of their national bibliographies, their organization, services, and standards used, complemented by tables and graphs for comparative analysis. It is a source of examples and inspiration, and I invite you to check if your national bibliography is represented and to submit a contribution if it is not. From this experience of hearing colleagues at IFLA, of working on the register and common practices, of my own practice as head of the book section of the French National Bibliography, I'm drawing these observations about national bibliographies today. The most recent definition in the common practices states that national bibliography in the modern sense is defined as an accumulation of the authoritative and comprehensive records of the national output of a country, i.e. products of the national publishing industry, commercial and non-commercial sector, including government and official publications, published regularly and with the least possible delay. It is produced in accordance with international standards by the National Bibliographic Agency. Publication details and authorship are investigated and verified in detail. The framework of the national output of a country reminds us that the modern concept for national bibliographies is inscribed in the framework of universal bibliographic control that was originally developed jointly by IFLA and UNESCO, with the idea of sharing the workload of bibliographic data production between countries and pooling the various national bibliographic data to form the universal. This output is the cultural and intellectual production as witnessed by what is published, which is not just books, printed and electronic, but also serials, maps, printed music, audiovisual material, and so on, as new media develop and are added to the scope of a legal deposit. The element of time is important. We talk about current national bibliographies that gather the bibliographic information of current publications, because we need to know what is available now in a timely manner so that this material can be bought and given access to. Then the accumulation of records forms a permanent record that has to be preserved and provided ongoing access to. Because this is also a record of what was available then and what was available when. This is one of the differences between catalog and bibliography. The scope is determined by rules, but also by practice. There's always a gap between what should be deposited and what actually is, but we try to make that gap as small as possible. For this, we rely on legislation, but also relations with the industries, book publishing, music and audiovisual industry, and so on, and monitoring of the output. It is also determined by available resources. Is the agency able to catalog everything that comes in at the same level of description? There is a permanent tension between timeliness and comprehensiveness, and each agency has to find its balance. Note that the definition doesn't say anything about form. Form here is secondary. The purpose of the common practices is to help national bibliographic agencies find the form that most suits their context. But general recommendations are to have national bibliographic metadata that is available online, retrievable, shareable. The importance of interoperability cannot be overstressed. That can be processed both by humans and machines. Especially as the production and dissemination of national bibliographic metadata has to take place in a system that is not limited to the National Bibliographic Agency or the world of libraries. National bibliographies are an important link in the chain of dissemination and are at the center of the system that involves libraries of all types, not just national libraries, along with publishers, distributors, researchers, and ultimately end users. To complement this definition and talk about the role of national bibliographies, I want to turn to Barbara L. Bell's words in An Annotated Guide to Current National Bibliographies from 1998. A current national bibliography is a mirror that reflects the culture of a country. By looking at the current national bibliography, one is able to learn about the uniqueness of a country, the emphasis on agriculture and technology, the makeup of its society through its various language publications, particular customs and ceremonies important in the life of the nation, the importance of education, literature, and science, prominent literary authors of the time, and political, social, and religious trends within a country are all discernible. A current national bibliography should reflect the interest and unique characteristic of a country much as a mirror reflects the uniqueness of an individual. As we wrote in the Common Practices, Bell's definition is more general than the one I read earlier. It's not so much what is a national bibliography factually in its form, scope, or content, but what is it for? It is a way to give access to information that is organized, comprehensive, trusted. This is important because citizens in a democratic society need to know what resources exist and need to access them. Be it a book by a favorite author that entertains, helps develop qualities like empathy, or any other human or practical skill, or knowing what the political, moral, ethical debate is, or the state of scientific research, etc. This is important because it is not governed by the market. A national bibliography is not a retailer's database, organized by algorithms that pursue engagement and sales, which gives a disproportionate weight to some resources over others, and doesn't encompass some of them at all. Remember that first definition from the Common Practices. It's general, but it goes into the detail of commercial and non-commercial sector, including government and official publications. This is a scope that you won't find anywhere else in a single place. It is not a catalog either. A bibliography is selected and organized information. In a national bibliography, the selection is the national output, generally as defined by legal deposit legislation. The organization can be by form, topic, coverage, etc., through grouping of records and indexes. This helps guarantee a plurality of modes of access, serving different cognitive profiles, and that the entire content can be gone through if a user wants to make sure of a comprehensive analysis. National bibliographies can play this role and bring this value, complementing other databases like those from the publishing and other sectors, because they are created in the way I outlined earlier, by national bibliographic agencies based on international standards and so on. It relies on the role of libraries as third parties that are seen as neutral in the sense that they are not dependent on commercial or industrial interests. Those international standards have been created by consensus. They do not represent the immediate interests of a given community, but respond to the challenges facing libraries at the international level. All of this is particularly important in a context of mass information, where information is numerous and difficult to verify and prioritize, and you need information that is organized, comprehensive, trusted. I hope this short introduction to national bibliographies today, seen from the vantage point of IFLA's bibliography section, will prove useful. I invite you to make use of the various resources I described, which you can find on the section webpage, and join in the section's discussions and activities. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matilda, for the very informative presentation. So now, dear participants, You will see a couple of questions on your screens that I'd like you to answer. So let me just read you the first question. How many members are there in the IFA's bibliography section? I've heard that Matilda mentioned it on her presentation. And the second question, what is the aim of bibliography section? I'm very glad that everybody is active for the question and answer. Five more seconds. So now let me just tell you the correct answers. For the first question, 56% of the participants answered wrong. The correct answer is 25. There are 25 members in the IFA bibliography section. And the answer to the second question is, the aim of bibliography section is to be a community of practitioners who can share ideas, find help to develop national bibliographic services. Yes, 74% of participants answered correctly. And now, Matilda, we will be entering some questions from our participants to you. I hope you'll be able to answer them. Hi.
Yes, so do I.
Yes. Dear participants, I'd like to invite you all for the Q&A chat box. Please enter your questions there. And Matilda will be able to answer you right here, right now. So while we're waiting for some questions, let me just quickly thank our general sponsors who have made this virtual conference possible, to our gold sponsors Wiley, Microinfo, IEEE, Taylor & Francis, Elsevier, and to our silver sponsor Springer Nature, Overdrive, and Briefco. Thank you very much. Dear participants, don't be shy to ask any questions you're interested in. While Matilda is live, it's a great opportunity to chat with her and to know more about her experience. As the head of French National Bibliography and the chair of Bibliography Section Standing Committee, she has a lot of experience on her own. So please ask your questions. So while we're waiting for questions from our participants, Matilda, let me just ask you, about your experience. Could you please just share, was it difficult to create such section, bibliography section, and to collect all these information you have for today? I saw you have a link that has all the information about the bibliography and how many time it took for you to organize all of this.
Oh, well, it was a collective effort, and it was done over generations of practitioners, because I couldn't tell you when the bibliography section was created, but I think it's one of the oldest in IFLA, because it's one of the core activities of libraries. So I'm sorry, I can't answer your first question more precisely than this. Yeah. And as for the second, it's a continued effort, because the information on that website, the information on national bibliographies, what they are today, what standards to use, etc., etc. It's changing all the time. So it's part of the work we do in the section, is to make sure we have up-to-date information available for people who want it and who turn to our website.
So as I saw from your presentation, all of the participants are just show their initiative, right, to share information.
Yes, we try to reach out to, for instance, to get new national bibliographic agencies to send a form for the National Bibliographic Register. The IFLA congresses and the sessions we organized are a great way to get in touch with colleagues and share new information. But yeah.
That's great that everybody shows their own initiative to share information. Yeah, you don't have to, pull the information from them, pull out from them. Yes. So there is a question I see from Kamila Asalbekova. It's in English. Yes, sure. So in France, your bibliography agency is under jurisdiction or financial support of which ministry?
Oh, okay. So the National Bibliographic Agency is part of the National Library, and the National Library is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry for Culture.
Oh.
We actually have two national bibliographic agencies. We also have one that is that we work with them, but they are more specialized for university libraries, for academic libraries, and they depend from the Ministry for Higher Education. So both ministries and both agencies work together a lot.
So yes, as predicted, Ministry of Culture as well, right? Thank you very much, Matilda, for your answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you. So now I'd like to invite a representative from our gold sponsor, Asel Jarasova, the regional manager of microinformation handling and distribution. She will be presenting with her presentation, Innovative Resources, Actualization of Content and Development Trends. Hi, Asel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Nice to hear you. So now the stage is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Microinformation Handling Distribution FZE, I would like to thank you for inviting us and giving opportunity to be part of this important conference. So today I would like to introduce first our company. Microinformation is one of the largest providers of multidisciplinary electronic resources. We are mainly work in the Central Asia region. Our management has over the 35-year experience. We are serving over 300 organizations within 10 countries, and we work in with different industries like this education, of course, academic libraries, healthcare, ministries, financial, and corporate. So today I'm going to introduce you to the largest international organization. We represent over the 30 global publishers. As you can see, there is IEEE, BMJ, SITE, ASME, ASTM, but today we will be focused only on two of them, which is quite popular, is IEEE and BMJ. Okay. So first one is Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE. About IEEE, is the largest technical membership association with more than 20,000 members in over 160 countries. It's not for-profit organization. It's the IEEE has the several core activities because the huge organization IEEE is the membership organization, conference organizer, standard developer. IEEE standard is quite popular. And the last one, which we focus mainly, of course, it's the IEEE is a publisher of journals, IEEE conferences, IEEE standards, ebook collection, and of course the e-learning. So just to clarify, I would like to show what kind of resources IEEE is provide to their researchers. IEEE journals, as we said, this is the top cited titles in the fields of electrical engineering, computing, telecommunication. It's approximately 200 journals. So this is the main one, the main resources. The second one is the IEEE conference proceeding, which of course this is cutting edge papers presented after at the IEEE platform after IEEE conferences, which is annually organized around the world. Third one is the IEEE standards. The IEEE standard quality, of course, used by worldwide companies, industries, research institutes, and there's more than active standard, more than 1,200 active standards. In total, this number is 4,000. Next one, which is really important for this COVID-19 pandemic time. This is IEEE educational courses, which are prepared by professional technicians and professors of specialists in IEEE. This is the hundreds of hours of IEEE education online learning, which teachers, professors can implant and develop their knowledge and implant in their educational program. And the last one, which is also important, this is the ebook collection. I have a ebook collection, which is of course categorized, depends on the topic. This is the IEEE Wiley ebook library, telecommunication IEEE ebook library, MIT Press ebook library, Morgan and Claypool, Now Publisher, etc. So this was the IEEE main resources. Of course, IEEE also supports and provide different tools, but this one is more relevant to academia. What kind of topic IEEE covers? As you can see here, it's not only electrical and electronics, electrical engineer. You can see here it is from artificial intelligence to communication, cybersecurity, robotics, different information technology, business informatics, and many, many others. So not only as IEEE is the abbreviation electrical engineering, this also cover all technology areas. Yeah. So if you ask about IEEE, why you should choose IEEE, IEEE is cited 3 more times than any other publishers, not only by articles, but also on its patents. So you can see that according to the last reports, journal citation reports by impact factor, if you would like to publish your work in electrical and electronic engineering, the best journals will be IEEE journals. 27 of the top 30 journals in electrical and electronic engineering. In telecommunication, 21 of the top 25. In artificial intelligence, this is the best journals, etc. Of course, I'm just trying to show you that the best journals is its IEEE. Yeah. So IEEE quality, IEEE resources is the trusted source for all researchers, students, which they can use. This one, it's more related to the students, researchers who would like to publish and share their work. Here IEEE offer different tools, author tools, which could help them to write, prepare their work, and of course correct and in proper way, and send, and of course publish. Here it's just a number of the list, the main one. For example, you can see the publication commander, IEEE latex analyzer, reference preparation. All these tools you can find on IEEE Author Center. If you would like to check, this is open source. You can use it. We invite you to visit this page and check what you can work and what could help for your work. So IEEE Author Center. So this was basically all about the IEEE resource. I would like to switch and start talk about the BMJ, which is the second and one of the biggest medical, one of the largest international provider. BMJ, it's British Medical Journal. It's a healthcare knowledge provider which provides journals, clinical decision tools, ebooks, medical education, and we provide from individual clinicians like doctors in polyclinics and to major healthcare provider organizations like, for example, Ministry of Health. And BMJ provides a different range of products. As I said, this is the journals, it's an ebook collection, clinical decision, and medical education. So today I'm going to show you, and I would like to introduce the best one. This is the clinical decision, and this is BMJ best practice, named BMJ best practice. This is ranked one of the best clinical decision support tools for health professionals worldwide. And what BMJ practice do? This tool help to take a diagnosis, prognose, treatment, and help to the practitioners, to learn to the students, to find the right diagnosis. So as you can see, this is ranked. This is the ranked tools which means that a lot of people, 1 million people trust to this information, which content and content in this and provided by these tools. Here, I just want to show you how looked the main page, BMJ best practice. The recent updates, there's the different specialties you can find in any area, calculators of blood pressure, patient, of course. This is the, you can find everything you need if you want to write the correct diagnosis. So for example, BMJ best practice takes you quickly, accurately to the latest evidence-based information. So this means step-by-step guidance on diagnosis, prognosis, treatment. So you start and just type the symptoms. And after that, BMJ best practice tool help you to find the right treatment, prognosis, and many others. Of course, this is the updated, daily updated information, because it's very important in medical area. So you can trust. I would like to add important and explain you one new feature. This is comorbidities. BMJ comorbidities, this is a new addition to BMJ best practice, which help, this is the clinical decision support, which helps professional treat the whole patient. What does it mean? This is only such clinical decision support which make available to treat whole patient. For example, in COVID time, if you don't know how to treat patient, if he or she has the COVID, but also the different, for example, so comorbidities help, this extension help to treat step by step and guide you to find the best way to treat the patient. So this is important, and we're really popular last 2 years, and I would like to draw your attention. And last one, I would like to introduce, it's BMJ Learning. As we said before, learning, e-learning, it's very important. So BMJ improve and provides hundreds of e-learning modules. So you can find, of course, this is courses prepared by experts, and this is the clinical and non-clinical peer-reviewed modules. This modules and e-learning can be done, can be started remotely, of course, access, and you can use the application which BMJ is provide in different formats. But I think most important, especially for Kazakhstan countries like Kazakhstan, that BMJ Learning start to translate their models. So you can 30 of content in Russian language. Here you can find different, as you can see, this is cardiology, dermatology, and if you don't, for example, feel yourself for sure that you need translation, you can find a lot of model in Russian language. So that was the main one. We introduced you with IEEE resources, BMJ best practice, medical extension, comorbidities of BMJ, and BMJ learning. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Asil.
Yeah,
Thank
you're always
you.
welcome.
So now, dear participants, we have 10 minutes health break from 1:30 to 1:40 p.m. I kindly ask you to all come back at 1:30 p.m. to watch promo video. Thank you. See ya. So I hope everybody is back. The health break is over. I hope you take a good break, have had some stretching. So now I'd like to thank our generous silver sponsor, Springer Nature, and I invite them for their promo video. No, I'm sorry. I'll just ask our technical support to show us their promo video, Opening Doors to Discovery.
The roots of our business are more than 175 years old. When our flagship journal Nature was first published 150 years ago, only a third of the world's population were able to read. Today, the majority can. Nearly 2/3 of the world's population lived in extreme poverty. Now, most are poverty-free. And average life expectancy was just 38, where today that number is over 70. Yet despite this progress, inequalities still remain, and the world faces new and significant societal challenges, such as climate change, universal access to healthcare, and quality education. Progress will only be possible because of the vital role that scientists, researchers, academics, and educators play. And in a world where truths are verified by social media clicks and fake news is easily spread, they are more reliant than ever on being able to share their insight and trust their sources. This is where we play such a pivotal role. As custodians of the academic record, we aim to safeguard the independence and veracity of research, helping researchers to trust and build upon the discoveries that have gone before. Each experiment, every finding, taking its place in the network of discovery and enabling researchers to stand on the shoulders of giants. Let's see how that works in practice. This is Nature's publication record. 150 years of interconnected research, represented by the majority of Nature's papers. A snapshot of the ever-growing web of collaboration and discovery that is science. Let's take Watson and Crick's seminal paper on the structure of DNA as an example. Here it is. Below it is every paper that it referenced. Not just Nature papers, every paper. Then every paper that those papers referenced, and so on. Above it are all the papers that built their work based on Watson and Crick's discovery. Every paper has its own story, its own unique network, and each of those networks connects to others to form a whole. Every paper in every field, playing their part in the global process of research and discovery. And with these discoveries come advances, not only in science, but in medicine and healthcare, in the arts and social sciences, and progress across all professional fields. At Springer Nature, we aim to ensure that fundamental knowledge can be found, verified, widely understood by those that need it, and then used. In the laboratory, in the field, in the classroom, in the hospital, and even in the driving school. We take our global responsibility to our communities, employees, and society extremely seriously, with trusted and respected brands, a footprint in more than 50 countries, and nearly 10,000 employees around the world, from editors and science writers to analysts, developers, and production specialists. We work in local offices, close to our communities, where our knowledge and experience can make a difference. One Springer Nature, working together and using our scale and influence for the greater good. Setting ourselves bold ambitions as a business to be more diverse, to do all we can to protect our planet, to bring together researchers, policymakers, and practitioners to accelerate progress towards the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, and continue to lead the way in opening up research, ensuring that the world makes as much progress in the next 150 years as it did in the last, improving and enriching our lives, and helping to protect our planet for future generations. Springer Nature, opening doors to discovery.
So I'd like to thank all the participants for having me. Now I give the stage to my colleague Lazat Arstanova with the section 2.
Hello, dear participants. My name is Lazat Arstanova. I am a manager in Patron Services Office at Nazarbayev University Library, and I will be a moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us in this virtual conference. This is our second virtual conference. If not for the pandemic, we would be very happy to see you all here in person. So thank you again for joining. So before starting, we kindly encourage you to accomplish the online evaluation form. The link will be sent to your emails after the conference ends. It would help us to improve our conference in future, so please feel free to accomplish it. Thank you. So let's get started. This session is called Cataloging and Collection Policies and Practices. We have two presentations for this session. The first paper is called Integrating and Leveraging Metadata in a Shared Environment, the University of Macau Experience. And the presenter is Priscilla Poon. She's head of technical process unit at the University of Macau Library in China. Also, she's CAT's corresponding member in Macau. So let's watch her pre-recorded presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be invited to the Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference this year. It's my pleasure to share the practice and experience of the University of Macau Library. Thank you, EALC. Thank you, April. I like this quote from Sydney Shelton about libraries. Libraries store the energy that fuels the imagination. They open up windows to the world and contribute to improving our quality of life. Yes, libraries contribute to improving our quality of life. It couldn't be more correct. In my presentation today, I'm going to share with you something in the development of the Library and its recent projects about metadata standards and resource sharing. Firstly, let's have some background information. Do you know where Macau is? It is located on China's southern coast. It is a small city with high population density. 96% of its citizens speak Chinese or Cantonese. 2% of them speak Portuguese. Tourism contributes significantly to its economy. Macau is an international city of multicultural. University of Macau, founded in 1981, is the only international public comprehensive university in Macau. English is its major medium of instruction. Some programs are also taught in Chinese or Portuguese. Here are our library's collections. Let's have a look at the development and transitions of the Library. It's just like the transitions of enterprises in the recent decades, from traditional to smart. In 1982, the Library, equipped with a mainframe computer and converted most of its English card catalog into computerized data. In 1993, it adopted Dynex as its initial automatic library system. During late 1990s, it introduced CD-ROM Tower. It commenced subscribing to e-journals on CD-ROM and web-based resources. And then in 2004, it adopted Innovative Millennium, a highly integrated library system which makes an one-stop search hybrid library at In recent years, we adopted the Discovery Service, and also in last year, we migrated to the LSP Alma. What have we learned when we have gone through these transitions? We found out that bibliographic data of our library's collection is the legacy of a library. The development of the Library also followed the Greenest Organization growth model. We are now in the highest phase, growth through alliances. In 2014, the Macau Academic Library Alliance was formed, and the Library joined this alliance since then. Let's screen the current status of the library metadata creation, integration, and management by using the 4M1E analysis. We are user demand-oriented and emphasis on interactive user experience. 4M1E stands for man, machine, material, method, and environment. For man, we focus on staff professional knowledge and workplace training, and also the work motivation and job engagement. For the machine, that's the tool that we use when we are doing the routine metadata management. For the time being, LSP is very popular. For materials, we have different metadata sources internally or from the worldwide network. And also the international and local cataloging standard is also part of our materials. For the method, we focus more on the workflows and collaborations. Also, the guidelines, best practices, and some shared experience are important as well. For the E environment, the related emerging technologies is critical, like 5G, 6G, big data, semantic web, and linked data. There are also some concerns and influences from locally and worldwide. There is a saying, think globally, act locally. In many cases, we will have the global or country standards or policies translated into some practices or policies in the local libraries. For example, the EVA and ALA guidelines or standards, you will adopt them into your local library procedures. And vice versa, some lower level projects or initiatives could also drive the development and changes at the higher levels. For example, the program for cooperative cataloging at Library of Congress, and also the EVA's Names of Persons projects. These projects collect the cataloging conventions for different countries. It started in 1996, and we are now updating those files from different countries. Here is the example that we translated some global cataloging standard. We translated the RDA and adopted into our local policies. Here is some local guidelines at the UM libraries for RDA cataloging. Here is the project Names of Persons from EVA's cataloging section. Last year, we just updated the file for Greeks and the file for Chinese names. In the file of Chinese names, it includes the three parts. One part is from mainland China, the second part is from Hong Kong, and the third part is from Macau. We incorporate all of these conventions into files and post them on the websites of EVA, so the librarians from different countries can consult them easily online. The files for Russian Federation has been updated in 2016. So there's also a file for Kazakhstan, but it's done in 1977. So will you consider to update the file for Kazakhstan? I would also like to share with you about the current action plan for the cataloging section of EVA. We have 4 focus areas. The first one is about the consistency between the standards. Nowadays, quite a lot of standards or guidelines is being developed or prepared. So it's important to keep consistency between them. And also, identify the key competencies for metadata librarians is critical. The third area is to promote the section's key documents in the international scale. So it's important to do the translations for those guidelines and documents into different languages. The fourth focus is on authority control and ID management. The project Names of Persons is also included in this focus. If you want to have a detailed look at the action plan, you can click on this link. And also, we recently have a virtual event about the emerging metadata standards. So if you are interested, you can also view it on YouTube. EVA generally uses the term standards to refer to the following types of documents: conceptual models, resource for description, format codes, guidelines, and best practice. Those are all included in standards. If you want to have a look to more standards, you can click on the link at the bottom of this slide. We have also some emerging metadata standards at IFA. For example, LRM, Library Reference Model, is IFA's conceptual model or data model. And ISBD is IFA's content standard, which is going to be revised to align to the LRM. And unit mark or mark standard is IFA's coding format. I would like to share with you a resource sharing project in Macau. Mala Hub is a region-wide academic resource sharing project initiated in 2019 with the support from the Macau government. It's a project for Macau Academic Library Alliance. Basically, it aims at library resource sharing among members and to promote the usage of the Alliance subscribed databases, and also would like to support and enhance the teaching and learning activities at the city level and increase collaborations among members. There are 3 parts in this project. The first part is the Mala Hub, the central portal. The second part is the 7 discovery portals for the individual institutions. And the third part is the subject portals. And here is the system framework for the project. Basically, it provides the discovery platforms for individual libraries for their own use. And then we pull together all these metadata, including some open access resources, into the central portal as a union catalog. And then on top of the union catalog, we also have the features for interlibrary loan services among members and also with the outside world. Derived from the central portals, we also developed some subject portals. For example, this one is a Portuguese portal. We pull together all the Portuguese languages resources on these portals for users' easier use. The Mala Hub project also has a goal for quality education in Macau. Finally, I would like to discuss with you for some future challenges. By scanning the big environment and looking forward, we may have some future challenges for the metadata management. For example, the impact of emerging technology on metadata creation and management, data analytics, indexing and discovery. And we also have the changing roles for metadata librarians. For example, the identity management, research information system, open data. Also, we integrating across various sectors, such as archives, museums, and some cultural or heritage projects, digital humanities as well. And also the curriculum for the iSchools, do they meet the potential needs of the libraries and users' growing expectations? And also the continuing education and professional skills for staff. So let's get ready to learn and change. That's all for my sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. This was very useful and informative presentation. So now the second paper is called Resource Description and Organization, the Case of an Academic Library in the Philippines. And the presenter is Ana Maria Fresnido. She is an archives librarian at De La Salle University Libraries in Manila in the Philippines. So let's watch her pre-recorded presentation.
Today, I will be discussing on the experience of my library, the De La Salle University Library, on resource description and organization. Specifically, I will be sharing our journey in the implementation of RDA and the development of our institutional repository. Allow me to provide you with quick facts about my university and its library. DLSU was founded by the Brothers of the Christian Schools in 1911. It is a private Catholic university which follows a trimestral calendar. It has more than 1,000 academic staff and accommodates on the average 16,000 students. The DLSU Libraries, on the other hand, is a system of libraries composed of a main library, which we call the Learning Commons, and six other satellite libraries situated in 3 campuses. As a backgrounder, I will provide an overview of the experience of the Philippines in the implementation of RDA. RDA was introduced in the Philippines by the then director of the National Library, Attorney Antonio Santos, through the holding of a salon entitled What Now for RDA in the Philippines. This was attended by cataloging experts from selected academic libraries. Through this meeting of experts, the National Committee on RDA was established. This committee was tasked to plan for the implementation of the RDA in the country. One of the very first challenges that the committee faced was the lack of RDA experts that could be tapped to provide trainings. So what the committee did was to invite Ms. Barbara Tillet, the Chief of the Cataloging Policy and Support Office of the Library of Congress, to conduct training to prospective trainers. So in April 2013, the 3-day training of trainers was conducted with select librarians from all over the country attending for free. This training was held at the Learning Commons of the De La Salle University. With the DLSU libraries providing the venue for the training, a number of its librarians, specifically those assigned to do cataloging and indexing, were given the opportunity to attend the training. Aside from the training received from Ms. Tillet, the DLSU libraries also conducted an in-house training workshop focusing on local materials, or what we call Filipiniana. Armed with these trainings, the library started the implementation of RDA in August of 2013, making it one of the early adopters of RDA in the country. To facilitate the implementation process, we try to strategize. To make it easy for the catalogers to remember the rules and take note of the changes and differences between AACR2 and RDA, we devised a template which served as our guide during the first few months of the implementation process. Contained in the template are the mark tags, the fields, the simplified rules, which usually are the core ones for each of the fields. We also included examples for some of the fields. Now, local practices and in-house policies were also incorporated in the template. I have provided on the right side of your screen a portion of the template under the title field. Now, this enabled the catalogers to quickly identify required elements depending on the format of the materials that they are working on. Peer learning was also an approach we adopted. Whenever we face difficulties cataloging a particular work, we made it a point to consult with one another. Since the library's integrated system has the capability to import records from other systems like the Library of Congress and OCLC, copy cataloging has significantly facilitated the transition process. Our daily encounter with RDA-compliant records from these two systems was instrumental in helping acquire familiarity on the use of the new standard, so we were able to learn as we go along. Another strategy was to assign one of the senior catalogers to review the works of the junior cataloger and mentor them based on their weaknesses. Now, updating of all bibliographic records to conform with RDA was not included as part of the plan from the very start. However, some of the catalogers revealed that they do update old records whenever they had the chance. or when they do add to shelf list, or when they copy catalog from the library's own records, usually when working on a different edition or version of an existing item. These catalogers think that it is important to update old records when a different edition of an existing one is acquired to allow related items to collocate. The library subscribed to RDA Toolkit during the first 2 years of the implementation. However, catalogers express difficulty in interpreting the rules, so most of the time, they refer to the PowerPoint presentations provided to them during the training workshop because they find the instructions there simpler and easier to understand and follow. Since it is the policy of the university to ensure that subscriptions are used maximally, subscription to the toolkit was canceled on the 3rd year due to low usage. The problem, though, is that since RDA is continually being updated, the rules in the presentation that they are using as reference may already be obsolete, as this was prepared in 2012. Now, adaptability to persists to be an issue also, as some catalogers find it difficult to unlearn AACR2. Remembering changes in constructing authorized access point has always been a challenge, especially for conferences and preferred titles for expressions of work. Despite the difficulties encountered in learning the new standard, most of the catalogers prefer RDA over AACR2 because of its take what you see principle, which frees them from remembering so many rules. They also appreciate the fact that the terminologies being used now can be easily understood by the clients, as the use of Latin words and abbreviation were discontinued. The catalogers also believe that RDA helps improve the discovery of materials, which greatly benefits library clients. Moving on to the second part of my presentation, I will be sharing our experience on the development of the institutional repository. The DLSU archives actually forms part of the library. Therefore, some of the decisions, especially those concerning automation and standardization of descriptive practices, impact the archives. This is despite the striking difference in the practice of the two professions. The library and the archives had made use of the same systems to organize its materials ever since. That's from the time we started automating in 1992 when we were still using CDS ICs, up until mid-20 when we migrated to Shera. So as such, metadata description of archival materials, particularly those forming part of the IR, were created in accordance with library standards. This is despite the fact that we are aware of the system's limitations to accommodate the requirements for the description of archival materials. While the archives has long started collecting the intellectual outputs of the university, the direction as to where such initiative was heading seemed to be unclear. So in the 2007 meeting of the AUNULO, where DLSU was a member, the concept of IR was introduced. And these provided directions as to how the IR should be developed and managed so that it is able to go beyond content acquisition and preservation and extend to service provision, while at the same time providing wider research visibility of the scholarly outputs of the university. Moving forward has been a struggle due to a number of issues. The lack of expertise has been a major source of delay, and so is high staff turnover. Funding was also an issue, so for the longest time, the library had been contemplating on using an open source platform. Since open source systems would require heavy reliance on staff expertise, the library finally decided to scrap the idea altogether. To resolve the staffing issues, the library established an ICT committee tasked to identify a platform that would best respond to the need of the university. So after stalling for more than a decade, the committee proposed the use of separate systems for the library and archival materials. In mid-2020, the library replaced Share with Alma for its library materials and subscribed to Digital Commons for the IR. Why Digital Commons? Because compared to other commonly used IR platforms, the features of Digital Commons proved to be robust. It also has a large number of installations worldwide and is slowly gaining popularity among academic libraries and archives in the Philippines. Once the decision was made, available contents were migrated into the Digital Commons. Migration started in September 2020 with electronic thesis and dissertations. So after a month, the number of ETDs uploaded totaled to more than 10,000. Now, simultaneous with the ETDs, the oral history collection was also uploaded. And then after that, the published faculty works extracted from Scopus, summing up to about 3,000, were also uploaded. To date, the IR has more than 16,000 papers. In the coming months, the migration of other contents such as faculty research and creative works, diary of the university, photos, and university publications is expected to accelerate the building of IR contents. Now, since it is important for a repository to have its own branding, the IR was named Animo Repository. Animo is derived from the Latin word animus, which means spirit or LaSalle spirit. It is also the battle cry of the Lasallian community, which is often heard during basketball championships of the University Athletic Association of the Philippines. So after a month of migrating to the new platform, the formal launch was held in October 2021. Now, this is how our homepage, our IR homepage looks like. Now, past mistakes in metadata creation hampered the migration process, particularly because a number of records had missing fields like degree program, name of college, and department. Since these are required fields, migration of these records were put on hold until we were able to determine the needed information to be inputted into the missing fields. So we had to go over the student's record to do this, which took a lot of time. As records extracted from the old ILS and that of Scopus were initially converted to Excel before they were migrated into the IR, special characters, subscripts, and superscript, mathematical and chemical formulas, and selected symbols were distorted and replaced upon conversion. Now, to correct this, you had to refer back to the records in the old system and in Scopus. While these errors seem menial, they did cause a lot of delay to the migration timetable. Now, trainings on how to deposit contents were initially conducted by the library for graduating students, and also to department coordinators who were tasked to accept or approve student submissions. The role of the coordinators was to make sure that the copy deposited is the approved and final version of the ETD. While students seem eager to deposit their works, some department coordinators had to be reminded to accept the submission so the library can do its part of updating and posting the submissions. As the number of deposited contents is expected to increase in the coming months, the coordinators will eventually find it more difficult to manage the number of ETDs for approval. Now, a big part of the ETDs are already dated. Since the library has no means of getting permission from the authors to make full text of their works available in the RI, only selected chapters like the preliminary pages, introduction, review of related lit, and methodology are being uploaded. Editing of full text is performed prior to uploading, making use of Adobe Acrobat. What we do is we delete the most important chapters, which are results and discussion, the conclusion, and all appendices. Now, more than the additional step added to the workflow, this defeats the IR's open access goal. Now, the same concern goes for some newly deposited ETDs, as some of the authors would offer a 6-year embargo. By the time the full text of these ETDs are made available, the information may already be obsolete and thus no longer useful. Copyright and content licensing issues were definitely major concerns. Right now, the library has partnered with the Intellectual Property Office of the university to educate the stakeholders on IP rights. But we all know that IP is a complex issue and very technical, so we do not expect the authors and the librarians as well to fully understand this by attending 1 or 2 lectures. Given this, the library would need the commitment of the IP office to help in the drafting of guidelines and policies on the nature of content to be deposited, and also in reviewing the publisher's copyright policies to help determine what could and could not be deposited into the IR. The abundance of information in various formats, coupled with the evolving technologies and standards, have brought a number of issues and challenges to information organization, which include, among others, staff training, funding, technology selection, content, and intellectual property rights. It is therefore crucial for libraries to carefully plan before embarking on new initiatives. Since every institution is unique, there is really no one-size-fits-all solution to change. However, it would do well for libraries to look at the experiences and best practices of early adopters, be it a new standard or a new platform, as this would greatly aid in drawing out an effective and efficient plan and consequently help avoid committing costly mistakes. As IP issues serve as major deterrents to recruiting consents for the IR, libraries and archives are challenged to find ways to help faculty better understand their rights as authors. Forging a strong partnership with the IP office is crucial in the attainment of this goal. That ends my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, our dear presenters. Thank you, Ms. Priscilla, Ms. Anna Maria, for sharing your worthwhile experiences on these important and up-to-date initiatives in your respective institutions. We are very much sure that these initiatives have helped your community, and this is also very useful and informative for all of us librarians as well. So thank you. Now, before getting into a question and answer part, we would like to share a poll with our participants. Please answer the questions you see on the screen, dear participants. It will not be evaluated by us or by anybody. This is just for you to check your knowledge about this session. So the first question is regarding the presentation of Ms. Priscilla, and the second question is regarding the presentation of Ms. Anna Maria Fresnido. Choose the answer you think is correct. So now we see the results. We will see later the result on the screen after you all are through with the answers. Now we can see the result of this poll on your screen. The correct answer for the first question concerning regarding the presentation of Ms. Priscilla Poon is growth through alliances. This is the second answer, and 39% replied correctly. It's 24 people. And the second question, the correct answer for that is the first one. Take what you see principle frees them from remembering so many rules. So 43% answered correctly. That's the most. Great. Thank you. So now this is time to entertain some questions. Please kindly use the question and answer box for your questions, not the chat box. Our speakers will go live and answer your questions. Since we have limited time, only until 2:30 p.m. We will be entertaining only several questions. Together with your question, please kindly put your name, your country, and to whom you are addressing your question. We'd like to apologize in advance for those questions that will not be answered because we have to fit into the allocated time. So all of them will be collected and sent later to the speaker's emails. While we're waiting for your questions, we would like to thank our generous sponsors who have made this virtual conference possible, to our gold sponsors, Wiley Microinformation, Taylor & Francis Group, and Elsevier. To our silver sponsors, Springer Nature. Thank you so much for your generous support. Now let's check if we have any questions in the question and answer box. Yes, we have for Ms. Priscilla Poon. Hello, Ms. Priscilla. The question is from Christopher Artus. He asks, may I know what are the key competencies for metadata librarian that you have identified?
Hey, yes. Yes, for the question about the key competencies, yes, it's actually one of our action plan of cataloging section EVA. And as far as I know, we are still preparing these preliminary documents, and we wish to have this very soon. But what I want to tell is that as I just mentioned in my PPT just now. Okay. Yes, we mentioned, I mentioned about the 4M1E. I think the key competency for us nowadays is something around the 4M1E. For example, we have quite a lot of emerging standards and guidelines. Those things are, we want to say embrace our legacy of the libraries, our metadata. We want to involve those things to the different sectors, and not only the library industry. And we want those information to be utilized all around the world in different industry and be discovered in different areas. So, for example, the big-frame linked data, semantic web, they are those are emerging things. So nowadays the standards and guidelines are built up with this kind of concept and goals. So the key competency, I think one of the key competencies should be to have the knowledge and to learn fast, to learn about the emerging things on the metadata field, and also the other thing is that the tools and the softwares, the related software, related tools about this kind of emerging things. For example, a big frame, maybe maybe some of the libraries, they develop some conversion tools or some softwares, or some of the library service platform, they have different kinds of the software or some different applications. So those things, I think that is quite important in the coming future in the metadata field. So yeah, I don't know whether I have answered the question already. So it is an ongoing project, I think.
Thank you so much, Ms. Priscilla, for your answer. And thank you, Mr. Christopher, for your question as well. The next question is in Russian, is addressed to Ms. Anna Maria Fresnida. I'll try to translate it into English. Is it correct that in transition to RDA, there is no need to change the software or library system? This new standard, does this new standard go well onto the old traditional program of catalogization? Would you like to repeat the question for me, or is it understandable, Ms.?
I can understand.
Okay, thank you.
In our case, we did not replace, maybe because we are already using a system that is able to accommodate the fields. Well, I've seen some libraries encounter problems with RDA because their system is not compliant with RDA, meaning they have no 336, they cannot accommodate 336, 337, 338 fields, the copyright symbol, those sort, no? Some. Well, the answer to your question is that it really depends on the system that you are currently using right now. Yes, there are systems that have difficulty adapting, but generally, you really do not need a change, no? Especially if you are using a system that is able to accommodate these fields, no? Most of the time, you don't have to change your existing ILS.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Anna Maria, for your answer. And thank you, Camila, for your question. And unfortunately, we are run out of time. All other questions will be collected and sent to the speaker's email. Thank you. So this is the end of our session. Thank you, dear presenters, Ms. Priscilla, Ms. Anna Maria, for your precious time and energy, your informative and useful presentations. Thank you, dear participants, for your questions. The next session is moderated by my colleague, Daria Zvonareva. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good day to everyone. My name is Daria Zvonareva and I'm a reference librarian at Nazarbayev University Library. We are successfully going through the program and now we will approach metadata in librarianship. Before we start, let me remind you that we need your full attention. So to ask questions after the presentations and to be realistic in submitting evaluation for the conference. The link will be kindly provided by my colleagues just after the conference. Now I'd like to introduce our first speaker in this session, Timothy Thompson, librarian for applied metadata research from Yale University Library. His interests focus on the implementation of linked data standards and technologies in academic libraries. Timothy will share the experience in implementing the B-frame standard in Yale University Library as a part of a big project. Namely, he will stop on features of B-frame model and Sinopia editor for resource description. Unfortunately, Timothy was not able to join us in the live presentation, but he provided the recording of his presentation that we will enjoy right now.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation to present at this year's Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference. My name is Timothy Thompson, and I am the librarian for applied metadata research at the Yale University Library. Today, I am going to share with you our experience at Yale with the BibFrame standard in the context of a pilot project that was carried out between 2018 and 2020. I developed the content of this presentation in collaboration with my colleague, Daniel Mugaburu, who was a member of the project metadata team. First, I will describe the context of the project. Then I will explain in broad terms the BibFrame model and the way in which we used it in our project. Finally, I will present the Sinopia editor, which is the tool that we used to implement the BibFrame vocabulary and create new bibliographic descriptions. Our project was carried out in the context of an initiative called Linked Data for Production, or LD4P. The word production in this regard refers to the transformation of cataloging production, which is currently based on the MARC 21 formats, and the adoption of new practices based on the standards of the semantic web. The LD4P initiative is a collective effort among research libraries in the United States. The leaders in planning its activities have been Stanford University, Cornell University, Harvard University, and the University of Iowa, although Stanford has been primarily responsible for developing proposals and managing projects. From the beginning, the projects of LD4P have been funded by grants from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. In its second phase, in which Yale was a participant, the initiative received a grant to foster the development of a community of practice among a greater number of libraries. In 2018, a call for proposals was published, and interested institutions were able to propose their own sub-projects with a budget of up to $50,000 US. In the end, proposals from a total of 17 US libraries were accepted. The main focus of the LD4P2 program was the development of a new cataloging tool, the Sinopia Editor, which is based on the principles of linked open data and was designed according to the standards of the semantic web. Each library in the group of 17 committed to using and testing the Sinopia Editor in its project and to developing workflows that would embody a new approach to library cataloging. In our LD4P2 sub-project, we took a very practical approach with three main goals. First, we wanted to explore in an iterative way the implications of transitioning our cataloging practice and workflows and adapting to an approach based on linked open data. We also wanted to provide training to our cataloging staff and give them the opportunity for the first time to gain practical experience with BibFrame and other linked data standards. Second, we chose a set of materials for cataloging that would allow us to implement not only BibFrame, but other semantic vocabularies, especially the Art and Rare Materials Ontology, or ARM, A-R-M, which is an emerging standard that had been developed during the first phase of LD4P. We worked primarily with a selection of pamphlets and ephemera from the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century. Some of these items had been moldering in the backlog shelves of our technical services department for some time. Because they were not high priority items for cataloging, they were a good fit for our project. We could take as long as necessary to catalog them and at some time in the future, convert our BibFrame data to MARC 21 records for display in our discovery environments. This conversion continues to be necessary because our current OPACs still depend on the MARC formats. As of the present date, this data conversion component is still a pending task. Finally, and precisely because we were not able to expose our work in the OPAC, we wanted to explore the possibilities of search, retrieval, and visualization that working with BibFrame might provide. To that end, we used the majority of our project budget to purchase a software license for a platform called MetaFactory, which is a specialized search, visualization, and data management solution for linked data. However, given the scope of today's presentation, I will not go into further detail about our use of MetaFactory. Our project was a collaboration between the technical services departments of the Yale Central Library and the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library. We divided the project into 3 teams with a group of 20 people in the metadata creation team, responsible for cataloging in the Sinopia editor. Each person on the metadata team was expected to devote 20% of their time to cataloging in Sinopia, equivalent to 1 day per week. Over the course of the project, we faced several challenges, and it was necessary to adjust our original timeline. Because LD4P2 was a complex project involving more than 20 institutions in total, there were administrative delays in managing individual subgrants. Nevertheless, the greatest impact was the delay in delivering the Sinopia editor. The software was originally expected to be released in April 2019, but version 1.0 was not ready for use until August. We spent 3 months preparing to use the editor, designing templates and workflows. Then we spent an additional 3 months from November 2019 to January 2020, providing training for members of the metadata team. We finally began creating metadata in February 2020, but with the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic, our time available for cataloging was cut drastically short. Notwithstanding, we believe the project was a success. We were able to catalog a total of 20 items in the Sinopia editor, which was enough to fulfill our original goals and provide our cataloging staff with substantial practical experience using BibFrame and linked data in a hands-on environment. I will now provide a brief overview of the BibFrame model and how we employed it in our project at Yale University. BibFrame is a semantic data model and vocabulary developed by the Library of Congress in the United States. It is worth observing that BibFrame is not being developed by an international standards organization. Rather, it belongs to the Library of Congress, which has its own institutional priorities, preferences, and even political concerns. It is also interesting to note that while the Mark 21 formats continue to be modified year after year with new proposals for fields and subfields, the same process does not yet exist for BibFrame, which has been frozen since the release of version 2.0 in 2016. When the creation of BibFrame was first announced in 2011, it was emphasized that the project was intended to transition Mark 21 into a new internet-friendly format. Indeed, Mark 21 has not adapted well to technological change over the years. Today, as we know, online search engines have largely replaced libraries and their catalogs and have come to serve as the primary method of information retrieval for most people. BibFrame, for its part, was designed using specifications intended to promote interoperability between bibliographic metadata and the World Wide Web. When speaking of BibFrame, we also need to keep in mind its relationship to RDA, Resource Description and Access, which is our international cataloging code. RDA has a core set of 4 entities: work, expression, manifestation, and item. And in BibFrame, the work entity combines the characteristics of work and expression in RDA. Manifestation and instance entities are basically equivalent, as is the item entity. Here's a graph showing the example of the book Alive, here in its translation in Spanish, by the author Piers Paul Reed. In our project, we chose to follow the RDA model for recording the attributes of work and expression entities. For technical reasons, we chose to adopt a new entity, which we called superwork, to represent the RDA work entity. During the first phase of LD4P, various modeling groups were formed to create ontology extensions based on BibFrame. These extensions were developed from the perspective of individual communities of practice, specialized in the description of specific formats and materials. In total, 4 BibFrame ontology extensions were created: art and rare materials, cartography, moving images, and performed music. One good thing about working with BibFrame is precisely that it provides the freedom to introduce elements from other semantic vocabularies into a description when it is necessary or convenient to do so. With our pilot project, for example, we focused on the implementation and development of the ARM ontology, which is a vocabulary designed to extend the scope of BibFrame for more detailed description of item entities. I will now provide a brief overview of how we use the Sinopia editor in our cataloging work. Sinopia can be accessed in a hosted environment as a sandbox instance or as a production instance. Users must register and create an account to use the hosted version of the tool. The software is open source and also available for local installation. From the Sinopia homepage, click on Link Data Editor to open the cataloging interface. In Sinopia, each data entry form requires a corresponding template. The hosted platform includes default templates for different formats. For example, monographs, serials, or cartographic resources. There's a list of existing templates in Sinopia, and each template has a corresponding identifier. Users can develop their own templates, which is what we did at Yale for our pilot project. The primary templates used at Yale were designed for monographs with separate forms for superwork, work, instance, and item. The workflow we developed began with creating a description of the superwork entity and then continuing down the line until reaching the item entity. Each description was linked back to its preceding entity along the way. Here is a view of the Sinopia template browser where a template identifier can be input. And here are some of the properties that appear on the superwork template with their corresponding mark field mappings. On the superwork level, we record information about the creation or origin of the resource, such as primary contribution, and its intellectual content, such as associated subjects. From the superwork form, information can be entered for contributions to the creation of the entity. For example, we can record the primary contributor and specify that the contribution role is that of an author. If a representation of the corresponding person entity exists in an external linked data source that has been configured as a lookup, the IRI, International Resource Identifier, for that entity can be inserted into the local resource description form. If a person entity is not found in an external linked data source, the name can be entered as a string using standard rules for formatting names by clicking on the button for Authorized Access Point. And here are some of the properties associated with the work or RDA expression template. This is where we enter information about the way in which the resource has been expressed, such as its content type, language, or script. This is a view of the expression level data entry form. In the first field on the form, we would add a hyperlink back to the corresponding superwork entity after it has been created. For the sake of brevity, I will stop here, but in a fuller demonstration, we would add information corresponding to the remaining primary levels of description, namely instance and item. In conclusion, BibFrame represents a more flexible and extensible approach to cataloging. However, adapting to new tools such as Sinopia requires significant effort and an investment in training and technology. In the beginning, workflow efficiency is likely to suffer until tools and workflows become more mature. For example, we observed that it took almost twice as long to catalog a resource in Sinopia than in MARC 21. To advance in the implementation of better, more useful metadata, everyone needs to work together across institutions and across international borders. Thank you for your time and attention.
I'd like to thank you, Timothy, for such a great presentation. So as I mentioned before, Timothy will not join us for live open forum to answer your question, but if you have any questions to Mr. Thompson related to the project, please submit them and we will be happy to communicate in this regard and transfer the responses to you. It would be great to know the country you are from, the organization, and your full name as well. Now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Mark Anthony Santos, as Assistant Professor at the School of Library and Information Studies in the University of the Philippines. Mr. Santos has an impressive experience in librarianship. He is the current president of the Philippine Association of Teachers of Library and Information Science, a regular member of Philippine Librarians Association and Medical and Health Librarians Association of the Philippines, an associate editor of the Philippine Journal of Librarianship and Information Studies. You will have a chance to reach him with your questions during the live open forum just after we watch the recording of his presentation.
Good day to everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to be part of this important event and share with everyone my brief presentation concerning resource description and access, or RDA. This paper, entitled Official or Original, Implementing RDA in Academic Libraries After the 3R Project, presents a brief overview of the current status of implementation of RDA and some recommendations for transition to its official version. RDA is considered an international standard for the creation of metadata representing information resources. It was intended to replace Anglo-American cataloging rules, or what we call AACR, for descriptive cataloging in various information agencies, such as academic libraries. Since its release in 2010, RDA has been used by many libraries around the world. According to Henley, RDA has over 8,800 users in more than 60 countries across the 6 continents in 2015. It is currently available in 8 languages, including Chinese, French, and Spanish. Translations in other languages are expected, which can further increase its adoption in other countries. This is the interface of the RDA toolkit, which for most users who have been utilizing it for the past years is what they are familiar with. Users of RDA toolkit, however, will notice a slight difference in the said interface when accessing it nowadays. First is that the said interface is no longer accessible through its former URL. Previously, it's accessible through the access.rdatoolkit.org, and that it provides a link to the official RDA toolkit at its header, which is found here. And this is because the interface is for the original RDA toolkit as reflected to its URL, which is original.rdatoolkit.org. So why are there 2 versions of RDA at present, of original and official? In December 2016, the RDA restructure and redesign project, or what we call the 3R project, was announced. Some of the goals of the said major project include the editing of RDA to bring it into alignment with the IFLA Library Reference Model, or IFLA LRM, which is the consolidation of the 3 FR models used for the development of the original RDA, namely the functional requirements for bibliographic records, or FRBR, the functional requirements for authority data, or FRAD, and the functional requirements for subject authority data, or FRSAD. So with the start of the 3R project in April 2017, the content of the then official RDA toolkit was frozen. The beta site of the would-be new RDA toolkit was launched in June 2018. Then on December 15, 2020, the beta site became the official RDA toolkit. This marked the formal end of the 3R project. As stated by the RDA Steering Committee, RDA has now incorporated the terminology, concepts, and approaches associated with linked data, although it can be used in a number of different implementation scenarios. In addition, the new RDA is no longer a cataloging manual like AACR, and it's no longer exclusively rooted in Anglo-American traditions, furthering its potential for worldwide implementation. Considering this latest development in RDA, so what should libraries do with their bibliographic records, which were created using the original RDA? Are libraries expected to use the official RDA immediately? While the new RDA has been released, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is to be implemented in all information agencies, such as academic libraries, right away. The RDA steering committee stated that when the switch over, that's what we call that event, was done, it does not mean that implementation should immediately follow. Implementation dates shall depend on the readiness of the institution, who will decide eventually that they are going to transition to the official RDA. So during this transition period, the original RDA can still be accessed by subscribers of the toolkit. So we have two versions which are available for subscribers of the RDA toolkit. Okay? You have the official and the original RDA toolkit. So does this mean that libraries can continue using the original RDA and decide not to transition to the official RDA at all? It's because there was no immediate implementation that is expected, given that we are currently in the transition period. So according to the RDA steering committee, the original RDA will not be available interactively forever. With that said, libraries must prepare for the eventual transition to the new RDA. One might remember their own experiences in transitioning to RDA from AACR2 or other standard that they are using for the description of information resources for their library catalogs, and the difficulties they face as they undergone such tasks in their respective institutions. So what can we recall during those times that we were transitioning to RDA? So we have lots of trainings, we have undergone workshops, attendance to seminars, and also we also need to prepare our integrated library systems to adopt or to accommodate the RDA elements in their particular format, specifically in MARC 21, if it's a MARC 21 compliant. So one strategy that we can use or utilize to lessen the difficulty of transitioning to the official RDA this time is to learn from past experiences on RDA implementation. Available literature on RDA implementation presents strategies for various settings, whether applied to individual university libraries or at the national level. Similar to the implementation of RDA during the first few years since its release in 2010, A new round of training programs for catalogers will definitely be part of implementation programs and plans. So aside from formulating an implementation plan, one author that I've found in her article in 2016 noted the importance of establishing a task group which include frontline staff, aside from those people who will be directly involved in implementing RDA in their institution. So we're talking about, or we are referring to catalogers. So she noted that everyone in the library staff, including the non-catalogers, must be aware of any plan to adopt a new standard for the description of information resources, as those other members of the library staff may have some ideas on how to adopt the new RDA for their institution. So as libraries prepare for transition to the official RDA, the RDA Steering Committee encourages libraries to begin familiarizing with the new official RDA as soon as possible. Like how helpful basic knowledge on FRBR is in understanding the then official RDA. Kate James, one of the instructors for the RDA Lab series of the American Library Association, recommended to acquire basic knowledge of the IFLA LRM in preparation for learning about the new RDA. However, she emphasized that instructors involved in such trainings should not overdo the explanation for the new RDA, or for the IFLA LRM rather, on trainings for the new RDA, as some people may confuse the IFLA LRM and RDA. So as I end this short lecture, I would like to emphasize that libraries must readily adapt to the changing environment of information organization, while further improving systems and processes for metadata creation and information retrieval in our libraries is a daunting task and will require a lot of time and resources, as what happened during the transition period, or the transition from AACR2 to RDA, for example. So let us not forget that we are doing it for the benefit of our clients. If we can institute ways to make information resources be retrievable in a more efficient manner or method, then such difficult endeavor is worth the effort. So with that, thank you very much for listening, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mark, for insightful presentation. Now I encourage you to test your knowledge and answer 2 short questions that you can see on your screens. I believe and I hope that the questions are clear for you and you can choose the correct answer. Thank you, dear participants, for your active participation in answering our interesting questions that I hope. So, and I see that half of your answers are correct. So for the first question, the goals of EAL in the LD4P2 project include creating description metadata using bframe and the art and rare materials ontology. As for the second question, I also can notice that most of you were correct choosing the second response. So 3R project is RDA, reconstruction, and redesign. So thank you again, everyone. And now we are close to the most exciting part of our session. This is the time for your questions. And I can see some of your questions here right now. So will you suggest any website or resources link to learn and understand about RDA with practical examples? As I understand the question, so except to RDA Toolkit, are there any other resources where our users could find the answers to their questions and the practical examples?
Okay. Currently, since resources are still quite a few with regards to the new RDA toolkit or the official RDA toolkit. Right now, I would recommend that they view the resources available in the official RDA website or RDA toolkit website. There are a lot of resources there which could assist us when it comes to learning more about the official RDA toolkit. And also, I would, since we are in this particular environment that we would like to learn more interactively, okay, there is a YouTube channel and about RDA toolkit. So they have posted there some videos on how we could learn and understand the new concepts or the new elements that are being implemented in the official RDA toolkit. Okay. And lastly, since we are talking about some official resources as published by the RDA Steering Committee, I would also recommend users that they read the contents that is available in the website of the RDA Steering Committee. There are a lot of resources. Still, it is what we say a work in progress with regards to providing more examples on how we could apply RDA or the official RDA toolkit in this transition period.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for so comprehensive answer. So while waiting for other questions, I'm interested to know how RDA and related issues are presented in the course program at the School of Library and Information Studies. So since you are teaching and since you are practicing, right? So can you just mention?
Okay. Currently, since after the switch over of the official RDA toolkit has been implemented last year, that was in December of 2020. Right now, we are still, or we include both AACR2 and the original RDA toolkit when it comes to teaching it in to our students, both in the undergraduate and the graduate programs. Now, being that we are still in the transition period from the original to the official RDA toolkit, we are considering that we need to equip our students when it comes to implementing our AACR2, the original RDA, and the official RDA toolkit. Why? One consideration is that here in the Philippines, most, or not necessarily most, but there are still libraries which are using AACR2, even though there is now the official RDA. And eventually, those who are implementing the original RDA toolkit rules will eventually transition to the official RDA. So we are currently redesigning our syllabus or the course content when it comes to descriptive cataloging in order to accommodate the rules or the content when teaching the official RDA toolkit.
Thank you, Mark. And one more question from me. So you mentioned that all staff, even non-catalogers, must be aware about any plan to adopt a new standard for the description of information sources, right? So, and your idea, as I see, is that they must have their own ideas, right? Or they might help somehow to implement these new standards. Could you please develop a bit? So is it about like project implementation in general, or is it specific for RDA, or how non-catalogers can help to implement RDA in the library?
Okay. From what I've read in that particular article, when I cited it, one of the recommendations is that when it comes to implementing something new, in this case, when it comes to implementing a new descriptive cataloging standard or a new metadata standard when it comes to describing information resources, it is important that everyone in the library is involved, whether when it comes to implementation or even including in planning. Because, for example, reference librarians or the people who are manning the public services division or department of the library, they have to be aware as well what are the changes in the interface of the catalog, what are the changes when it comes to representing titles, or even including other elements when it comes to creating the entire catalog record or bibliographic record of our information resources as part of the collection. In a way, they could have some ideas on how we could improve the display of these elements in the online public access catalog. But what I'm saying is that although they are not catalogers, they are still part of the staff or of the entire library or information agency which provides services for our clients or users. So they could have some ideas. We will not go unless we are going to involve them in the planning or during discussions of this particular significant changes if we are going to implement it in our respective libraries.
Right. So thank you. And so as I also understood from your presentation, this transition period is not over right now, right? So how long do you think it will take to move to the official RDA? Since you are the real professional, right? So you are in this area and you communicate with other libraries, librarians, you are the member of many associations, so you might discuss it somehow. And how do you feel this readiness of other libraries to move to the official RDA? So
well, looking back, I observed that at least here in the Philippines, we are still in the transition period from AACR to RDA. As I've mentioned, that not all libraries here are currently implementing RDA, not only because they don't have access to the RDA toolkit subscription, but more on the readiness of their respective institutions, whether in the form of your information technology readiness, when it comes to the knowledge of the catalogers or those who are involved in the creation of metadata. Okay. So I see that it is going to be almost the same when it comes to implementing the official RDA toolkit. So transitioning from original to official. And there's also a question: what will happen if BibFrame will eventually be released and be ready for production. So that will be another consideration on how we could encode these bibliographic records from Mark 21 format to BibFrame. So it will depend primarily on the readiness of the community, as what the RDA steering committee has been saying. But I think we could make it easier, or perhaps in less than a decade or within 5 years, as long as there is a collective effort, not only for a particular consortium, but if we can do it at the national level. So that will be entail training programs, preparations for vendors of integrated library systems, and perhaps readiness as well of those who are going to implement it, primarily the administrators of libraries and other information agencies.
I see. So thank you, Mark, for joining us and for this really interesting discussion. So we would absolutely continue. However, we should keep time to allow the program to be completed as scheduled. Right, and I'm glad that our conference proved to be the venue for the constructive exchange of scientific and practical information. So I'm really proud to close the first day with my remarks. And closing this day, I hope that it brought you useful information and ideas to continue the projects and work in your institutions. So just a quick reminder about the presentations that we watched today, and I hope that you enjoyed. So we learned about importance of RDA in cataloging environment from Christine Oliver, then the national bibliography and its improvement with metadata from Matilda Koskas and Aliya Saidimbayeva. Priscilla Poon and Anna Maria Fresnida shared real-world experience in cataloging and collection policies. And finally, we discussed the issues of implementing description standards and metadata in library projects. I thank all speakers, and I also remind you that the gifts for the speakers are sponsored by our gold sponsors, Wiley, Microinformation, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis Group. However, we are also grateful to our silver sponsor, Springer Nature, for their support. Dear participants, we are looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Nur-Sultan time to continue our exceptional conference and explore digital humanities analytics and curation of digital collections, as well as impact of COVID-19 on organization of information. Thank you again for your active participation, for your questions, for your interest to our conference. Have a good rest of the day, or if this is the morning, or have a good night if this is the night time at your area, at your region. See you all tomorrow. Bye.